The Speaker.
Members, praise. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this youth impact parliament. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the executive director of the movement. Endow members of parliament with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of this year parliament, the interests and wishes of members will be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in the midst. O God, grant us the vision of our youth parliament, fair as it might be, a fraternity of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a fraternity of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a fraternity of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a fraternity of peace, where the youth parliament shall rest on the will of its members and allow for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Youth Impact Parliament, Ghana. Amen. Honourable members, may resume the seat. Honourable members, I want to, before we proceed with item 2 on the other paper for today, humbly acknowledge the presence of our guest in this house today. On my right hand side is former Oxford Agboli. He is a chartered accountant, and he equally won the best youth farmer award for the Volta region. And on my left is Dr. Senanu Kwesi. He is the Deputy Director, Public Health for Ghana Health Service. Our guests equally have roles that they play in each of the parties, the main two parties in Ghana. But we'll unveil that later on. Yes, for now we are starting on neutral grounds. And then when they are giving us the resources and the wisdom, then you see where exactly they are. But each of them have firm standings in their own political parties. And they are here to see what we do, who we are, speak to us, advise us, and guide us for the future. Honourable members, I'll proceed with item 2 on the other paper. Honourable members, I'll proceed with item 2 on the other paper. It is communication from founders. Honourable members, the founder and the co-founders wishes to congratulate Youth Impact Parliament Ghana on its successful convention into a bicameral youth legislature. Certainly the first in Ghana, Africa, and the world at large. Congratulations. Yeah. They also want to congratulate Youth Impact Parliament for unveiling its 4th chapter on Friday, 22nd March 2024. Youth Impact Movement unveiled the Namibia chapter of Youth Impact Parliament on Friday, 22nd March 2024. The chapter is led by Lucas Ngasipola, SQ, from Namibia, and he'll be the speaker for the pilot parliament in Namibia. Congratulations to them as well. Yeah. Honourable members as well, Youth Impact Parliament Uganda chapter has also appointed the second speaker of their pilot parliament. He is Right Honourable Dennis Animukama, who is the youth MP for Mbarara City constituency. He replaces their first speaker, Leonidas Asime, who is the founding father for the Uganda chapter of Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you. Honourable members, we move to item 3 on the order paper, which is communication from Speaker. Honourable members, I am thrilled to announce the establishment of the bicameral legislature of the Youth Impact Parliament introduced this month. As you know, on the 10th of March 2024, in this auditorium, the Senate, which is the upper chamber of Youth Impact Parliament Ghana chapter, held its first sitting, which is a significant advancement of the efforts to empower young people and actively engage them in national governance. The foundation of our upper chamber, the Senate, represents a historic moment for youth impact movement. During their inaugural sitting, they elected their Senate leadership, with myself as President of the Pilot Senate, and Senator Deborah Nana Materia as the Deputy President. Our senators and senatorial service members were equally sworn in, with Mr. Cyril Kekeliamevo assuming the role as clerk of the Pilot Senate. Additionally, they also announced their caucus leadership, with Senator Kelvin Azameti-Mensah as Majority Leader of the Senate and Senator Kim Elisha Kagia as Minority Leader of the Senate. An orientation session was equally held to familiarize senators with the legislative framework and also setting the stage for productive and impactful deliberations. The highlight of the Senate sitting was a stimulating address from Honourable Mauro Kuche, who is an independent candidate for Whole Central constituency, and a debate on the motion to introduce bicameralism in the Republic of Ghana. And from this debate, we believe that our voices could have reached a particular height. And when the time comes in Youth Impact Parliament, we will advocate for the Republic of Ghana to consider bicameralism in the review of this constitution. Thank you. Honourable members, we will now proceed with item 4 on the order paper. Our guests need to know the members of Parliament present here today. So we'll start with an introductory session, which is you stating your name, the constituency you represent. And if you hold any other leadership role in the House, whether committee leadership or caucus leadership, you state it for the attention of the House as well. So we'll start from the minority side. Can you get in the microphone? So I'll do the first introduction for one special MP of ours. I'll speak before he takes the mic. As you know, this is a very inclusive house, and we welcome any person who is interested in joining us. Since 2012, 22. Honorable Elijah Futu has been interested and has been part of us. Today he is finally here and we are all happy to have him. Let's give him a hear. So Elijah, let's start with you. Introduce yourself to us. And you can add any other thing. You are the only person to add an addition to your introduction. So let's start from you.
My name is Djokoto. I'm a youth LP for Okan Central, Accra.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Inoksuruti, the second deputy speaker and also MP for Sege constituency and the chairman for the privilege committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Elijah. I'm the youth executive for inside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Volta, I'm youth MP for Agboli, also a deputy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker in the guest house. I'm Hubert Tabakode, the youth MP for Akati North and then the minority leader for the guest house. Also the chairperson for the appointments committee and a ranking member on the business committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I go by the name of Fiona Kwanza, the youth LP for Akimona constituency and therefore the school chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. My name is Senanu, David Legend. I'm the MP. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Agboli, the MP.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Godson Tekesi, youth MP for Adenta constituency.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Bright Morning youth MP for Tema West, a member of the business committee and the chairperson for the external affairs committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Yantek Mano, youth MP for Waliwali West constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the Augustus. I go by the name of Mark Place. I'm the youth MP for Southern constituency, the operations officer for the youth department, and also the chairperson of the petitions committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Robert Fiawan, MP for Kratis constituency, the member of the educational committee, chairperson of the committee on judicial affairs, and also acting as the majority leader for the city. Thank you.
Let's
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I go by the name of Deputy Justice. I'm an interior MP.
My name is Margaret Youth MP for Sanua constituency, and a ranking member for the Gender Insurance Affair. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
share for the point.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for introducing yourself to our guests. I think our guests now being having the opportunity to familiarize with you, knowing who you are, they can now flow. Now that they know they are not speaking to aliens, they are speaking to people who have accordingly introduced themselves. So at this juncture, we move to the commencement of guest speeches. And we receive the first presentation from our first guest speaker, who is Farmer Oxford Agboli.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Youth Impact Parliament, Mr. Speaker, my name is Oxford Kwesi Agboli, a farmer, a chartered accountant, and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. I'm a businessman. As introduced by the speaker, and the speaker said a lot about us. I'm here with my senior doctor, Dr. Saluti, and we have been following your footsteps. As much as we find ourselves in opposite parties, it's all good for the country that we find ourselves. I'm dearly honored to address this August House this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very grateful. When Mr. Speaker called on me, as much as I have a busy schedule with my business and my family activities, I told Mr. Speaker I promised him I would be here. Last week I was at Tamale where I was doing some trainings and doing some family activities. And when Mr. Speaker sent me a message, I promised I'll be here. So by Friday I got to town. Unfortunately, the weather was not good for me. So you can hear it from my voice. And I will speak briefly about farming. Youth in farming, that means encouraging youth participation in farming. As the House, I think the Parliament and the MPs has a lot to do in their constituencies to bring our youth, encourage them to take advantage in agriculture. And I'll also be talking about voice of the people in terms of youth. This is a nice opportunity to share a small experience. I think I started politics when I was in currently University, which is Agboli by then, where I had the opportunity to be elected as a financial officer in 2021-2022 academic year. I was then as CFO. I think most of you are not there, except my doctor who is, he will be outside overseen by them. So I took it as an opportunity to learn Parliament procedures and opportunities to encourage youth into politics. And there has been an opportunity for me to build a good relationship with people. I think all these things called politics is about relationship. Doesn't matter where you find yourself, whether MDC or PPP, no matter what party you find yourself. But in my terms of administration, I work transparently, committed to affairs and the voice of the people, that is the student by then. And that has bring me to where I am today as an individual. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will start quickly with not wasting much time and say I want to talk about farming, encouraging youth participation in farming. I will say that you present a vitality when it comes to our nation, and with the boldness, energy, innovative ideas, and very enthusiasm, we can say that we hold the key to shaping the brightness future of Ghana in terms of agriculture. And this has become creative digitalization, innovative activities in our communities who are ready to participate in active citizens and contribute to sustainability development agenda in terms of agriculture. However, despite these immense potentials, many youth individuals face problems, challenges. As a young man going into agriculture, working in agriculture for the past 10 years, I have faced a lot of limitations to access to quality education in terms of agriculture and also employment opportunities, which are difficult because when you finish the school, now you have certificate, but you don't have job to do, and it become issues that you have to look at. I want to say that farming that we look at, it will be a backbone of our nation, and farming holds potential when it comes to youth of the country. Farming presents a unique opportunity for we the youth so that we can empower our colleagues, we can empower our nation, and can bring sustainable development. Traditionally, when you view a profession that is the old kind of generation, you see the only profession by then is agriculture. That means that our farmers, our parents send us to farm. When I entered into class 6, not those kind of private school, those we went to Sato school, so you know what I'm talking about. If you also want to Sato, say yeah. So those kind of Sato where I was in class 6, when my father introduced me to farming in our community, we become garden, where I have to start doing cocoa, I have to start doing pepper, and those times when Chinese came to the country and they buy our long pepper, that is cheap, the green pepper, they buy in box, and those are the times they introduce me to farming. And I see it to be a difficult time because when my colleagues are back from school, they are playing football, they are playing games, they go to the cafe and doing all kinds of things. My father would say, go to the farm. So I see it to be a kind of weakness. So it came to a time I developed a passion. So it came to a time I have my own farm where I started doing my own garden. That is the only way I learned how to plant carrot. A lot of us here don't know that carrot has a seed. The carrot that we eat is a seed that we plant. Onion has a seed that we plant. So that is why I started knowing more about farming, and the impact started coming. And that is the traditional profession again. I want to say that agriculture is undergoing rebirth given by the technology innovations, changing the market dynamics. When you look at agriculture today, as a farmer, I'm so proud to witness the first hand immense development when it comes to farm in terms of our soil. I travel because of farming job. I move across the whole country. And one region where I see has more potential and we are lacking is the Volta region. Because when you are in the plane and you move across the Volta region is always green. That means we are lazy. It's always green. That means our soils are good, but we are not working. Major challenges are land tenure system. When you go to north, you see that desert. But when rain comes, you realize that the whole place is developing great. So agriculture has become the backbone of our country, and I'm encouraging the youth to take the opportunity. As a business student who went to school to study accountancy, accountability, accounting, any kind of thing, finance, taxation, any kind of things that you can say, at the end of the day, I'm proud to be called a farmer. Why? Because it's the passion that I've learned when I was a kid, when my father sent me to farm. And I realized that it's the only way to move this country to the next level. Also, to speak about agriculture, you come to notice that the impact of agriculture now, we have a technological advancement in terms of agriculture. And this gives us an opportunity to match up with the developed countries. We have small tools that can help us to farm. So if today I'm called a farmer Oxford, and I mentioned that I'm farming 200 acres of land, we should not shock. It is a simple technology and strategic plans that are put in place to be able to manage my farm. I have over 50 farmers under me, and I know as we are here, people who know me, some colleagues of us here, who are also part of my farming organization, knows how I'm able to create a system called outgrower system where I assign farmers to work for me and get what I want. As also a chartered accountant, it will amaze you that while we're a chartered accountant with a profession and a member more than 60 years is interested in farming instead of being in the offices and closing or being an auditor, closing an account. As when I went to school, after having my first master's in finance, I said, I want to change the other dynamics of having another master. So I went into UCC to do my economics. And when I was in the class, and after we introduced ourselves, all of us, we introduced ourselves to the professor by then the professor said, so what do you do? I said, they said, you have to mention a professional experience. And I mentioned, I said, I'm a farmer. So after everything, the professor said that the reason why we are here today is because of agriculture. Because with my 2 years learning economics, the only thing that will interest you to know is production, manufacturing. Production, manufacturing. Production, manufacturing. It means that without production and manufacturing, we can't move forward as a nation. Without agriculture being the backbone of our nation, we cannot get to what we are saying today. We have seen economic crisis every day. We are shouting all wars and all the things we are hearing on TV. At the end, we say because of COVID-19 is fighting in their country, we cannot have access to fertilizer. We cannot have access to what? Our produce, let's say millet, maize. To the extent that the technology the white men are now importing curry to our country, where our people here produce curry, Mafikumasi, Ojo, and other villages have a lot of curry. They can sell. But we are here, when you go to the shopping malls, you see Chinese curry. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to talk about agriculture, to encourage my colleagues, MPs, to advise their constituents to take advantage of the new developing opportunities when it comes to contributing to food security in our country. Doctor can tell me that whatever they prescribe to you in the hospital, at the end is a product coming from agriculture. And all of us coming here today, before we walk from our individual house, unless you are part of we who are fasting, even if you are fasting, you are welcome. That tells you how opportunity we have ourselves when it comes to agriculture. There is a lot of opportunity. There is a lot of agribusiness here, productions. There is a lot, manufacturing. There is a lot. There is agro business, agro processing, agro packaging. What have you, which we, the youth, should take advantage so that we move this country forward? Mr. Speaker, furthermore, farming offers a pathway towards self-sufficiency, economic independence for we the youth, particularly for those who are in the rural communities. I know the MPs here can see some of their constituents and see that really they don't need so much to start business. I received a message from one of my delegates, and the message said that, Honorable, I want to go into a business. And then I was interested, so I said, what kind of business? He said, I want to be spraying people's house, people's homes, people's farms. I said, okay, so what do you need? He said, okay, I need a spraying machine and also some medicines. I said, so how much is your estimate? He said, oh no, if I get 400 then I can start something. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked because I was expecting that they would give me a bill of 2,000. So when you mentioned 400 and I said, okay, I hear you, I'll get back to you. So yesterday, I was in lecture and I sent him a message. So when you receive the message this morning, by the time I wake up, I can't read the message because it's too much for me to read before going to church. Mr. Speaker, through training, programs, mentorship initiatives, access to finances, we can create a neighboring environment that will empower youth to succeed as farmers and agri-entrepreneurs. We have potential to change the narrative. With the MPs here, and Mr. Speaker, you have to encourage your MPs to change the narrative and to cultivate general of agriculture leadership that will poison to transform Ghana agriculture landscape and contribute to national prosperity. To continue on the point 2, which is in politics, empowering the youth voice in politics, I introduced myself and I said that when I was in school, I was SRC FO. And that gave me a good opportunity to build a good relationship with management and the student domain. And that brought me to where I am today. I think it has been a vision. It has been, it's a he that refused to plan to fail. So I took it as an opportunity to shape my life, to shape my career for a purpose of going to politics. Not to go into politics today that we will be shouting, but politics to bring impact to the people. Politics that when you are passing by, people can point to you and say, this is a person we are talking about. I'm so grateful to God that currently I found myself in a political arena where we are in the government in power. And I on the platforms I always say that power sweet like money. So when you are here, majority leaders, power sweet like money, you are in cash. Power sweet like money. So everybody wants to test power. Why? Because when you have power, you have money, you have authority, you call the person powerful person. Because some people you can't teach them. Because they have the money, they have authority, and they have the power, so they have become powerful people. As youth, you can see that a lot of things are going up and down in this country. And we are the voice of the voiceless. We the youth have to sit Because when I was given an opportunity as SRCFO, I didn't mess up. Why? Because I left a legacy. Why? Because I was planning ahead of my future. That today I will stand before the Youth Impact Parliament and address you people. That is the dream. So today I'm here. If I should have messed up in school, I will not be given that opportunity. So which means that we the youth have to take power. We the youth have to be interested in politics. We should not say that, oh, let us give it to them. They will do it whatever they want to do. At the end of the day, we the youth suffer from it. Because most of the people who are in power, who are in authority, their children are in outside, going to better schools. Their wives are in outside, giving birth to their children that has a citizen in outside. You and I, we are here in Ghana. This is our Ghana. We can't run away from it. If I have the chance to travel, I will travel. But this is where I find myself. And I would love to change the narrative of this country by our voice. I encourage the youth, the spirit of justice, to be involved in politics. Don't see politics as a dirty game. No, politics should not be a dirty game. Because when I went into politics, I went to campaign. I campaigned because of attacks, insults, and all the people who know me, and I went on the political platform to address. By then, I want to take power from how will I refer to you? Somebody was here. Like, now I'm in power, where NDC is trying to match us. Incumbent. So I was my incumbent by then. I went on the platforms and I campaigned on the political platform on no attack, no insult. So a day and night he called me and said, Kofi Mensah has been attacking me. So I said, my brother, leave those people. Let's campaign as brothers, because this opportunity given to us as a youth, what we need to do is build upon. And I think if we give power to a youth president, we will see a lot of impact, because he has more years to live after 2 terms in parliament, 2 terms in presidency, 2 terms in cabinet. But the aged people who we are giving power to, which people know, at the end of the day, they are trying to take power and make their family happy, so that even if they are called home, their family are safe. So I encourage all of you to take active and constructive engagement in politics, to raise our voices against injustice, to advocate for policies that refer to aspirations of the youth. And let us break down the barriers that grant us to participation and strive to create inclusive political landscape where every young Ghanaian can contribute to meaningful towards nation building. Thank you. Currently, I'm the treasurer of Volta Central Constituency for the government in power MPP. We are in power. I say power street. I repeated it again, and everybody wants to test that home, and we too are keeping to the home. Mr. Speaker, I think the motion of the House, I will speak to it when debate time. I will be here when debate time. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, when wisdom is close to you, don't suffer to capture it. That's the word of advice I can give to you. Our guest speaker, we are very happy with contribution. And I want to quickly consult the House. Yes. Honourable members, our guests have requested to watch us debate. So in that sense, it means that after the presentation of Doc, we'll take questions and answers. And right after that, we'll move to commencement of debate. And we'll have our debate. And after the debate, they can contribute during and after the debate, they'll give their remarks. So it is after the debate has ended, then we'll now come and commence our private and public business before we adjourn. So I want to inform you of that variation that we are making on the order paper. Thank you very much. Honourable members, before we move, as you know, Youth Impact Parliament also wants to make a difference. And if honourable members have not realized yet, there is an addition on our roofs. I don't know how many of you that have seen that. But if you have seen that, I want you to know that the monies being gathered are used judiciously. And this is one of the evidences of the judicious use of the funds that we have. We are finally embroidering logos on our roofs. So that's for your attention. Thank you. Honourable members, without much ado, I now want to proceed to call on our guest speaker, our second guest speaker, Dr. Senanu Kwesi Djokoto, to address the House. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker of the Youth Impact Parliament, Amegashie-Viglo, the leadership of the House, all members of Parliament here gathered, my colleague guest speaker for today, Oxford Agboli, farmer Oxford Agboli, let me stress on that. Let me say that it's a big opportunity given me today to be present here to address this distinguished and honourable House. I must say that my first contact with Youth Impact Parliament came when the Right Honourable Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, Parliamentary, came on a stall celebrating 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic. That day, you discharged yourselves excellently. There was a debate, and you overwhelmingly trashed all your other competitors. And I think that is testimony of the kind of resource that you are building at the Youth Impact Parliament. And I want to encourage you to continue to do so. I'm a Ghanaian, a medical doctor, and I identify with being a grassroots persona. And that defines my simplicity and humility at all times. I love that. And when I saw the topic, this being March, and I was talking about 67 years of independence from colonial rule, the journey worthwhile? That's the question, is the journey worthwhile? I thought that this would be the right place to be. In the Volta region, there's one very common problem where they say, let me just paraphrase it. A hair always, it's a very fast animal, hair, always likes to run. Now, at a point in time, I was told that the mother-in-law's goat had escaped from the roof and was running. What do you think he did? He ran speedily after the goat. But what is most intriguing is that he ran past the goat. It means that the enthusiasm levels were so high. So that's the kind of enthusiasm that I greet your invitation with this morning. But to give it context, definitely it's a very difficult topic to treat because we are enjoined as a people by the Constitution of the Republic. I'm sure that most of you are very concerned with Chapter 6, Directive Principles of State Policy, the functions of a citizen. And the first function of a citizen is to promote the prestige and good name of Ghana. So in your debate, if in discussing a agenda worthwhile, it may seem as if we are not projecting the prestigious name of Ghana at all times. But let me say that at the risk of that, we are all here just to exchange ideas so that we build a better Ghana. To give it context, I'm sure that most of you have traveled around the country. I love to travel around. And I can say that as a young man, I've been to almost every part of this country. There's only one newly created region that I've not been to, and that is Northeast. But when it was 10 regions, I've been to all 10 regions. And after the creation of the 6 additional regions in 2018-2019, obviously I had the task of touching base with all of them. So now it's left with Northeast. Ghana is a very beautiful country, and we have very, very good people. I'm not the one to tell you that. I'm sure that all of you having had interactions with people from across the country would tell us that the same thing, how beautiful the country it is. And you look back at our history and say that that is what defines who we are today, even from pre-colonial era. That gives us a broader context in which to look at the progress that Ghana has made over time. From the territories that we had, and the name Ghana, an empire that was situated north of present Ghana, was taken on the eve of independence, 1957. There were a number of territories that had come together. The Gold Coast territory, that basically the coastal area. Then we had Ashanti territories and the northern territories, and the British Togoland. So all this came together after a referendum was held. During that era, I'm sure that most of you know about the Anglophone Ashanti Wars, our battle with slave trade, to the point where we overcame it. So at every point in time, people like me and you, the youth who had the opportunity to stand up for this country, did their best in order to protect our interests, not only for themselves, but for the future as well. It continued. We definitely had intercolonial rule. We had good people who led us, and also had people who have not been so good from the colonial era. But you can never discount the contributions of somebody like Gordon Gudges from 1919 to 1927. After 6 weeks of being appointed governor, he developed a 10-year plan for the Republic of Ghana, or for Ghana, or for the Gold Coast as it was, and its territories at the time. He looked at the fact that we needed to be interconnected, transportation was grossly enhanced at the time. He also looked at the fact that almost all the civil service positions were filled by white men, people who were not from the territories as of that time. So he built a lot of schools. He tried to create employment for the youth at the time. Then our independence struggle kicked in. Obviously, I know that you remember 1890, Aborigines Protection Society or so, and they began the call for independence. It gained steam by the formation of the United Gold Coast Convention, which is the 4th of August. I know that is one holiday that we are all aware of. Then came in the Big Six. And I'm sure that as members of the House, right, Honorable Speaker, we are all aware about some of the strides that our Big Six accomplished. They've done exceedingly well for the Republic of Ghana. Those days, J.B. Danka, Ebenezer Agboli, William Ofori, Atta, Amen Nkrumah, Akufo-Addo, and Amegashie-Viglo. These were the Big Six who held the fort at that time so that Ghana could be an independent state. But that wasn't enough. The elite gathering to fight for us without the masses wasn't going to lead us there. When they invited Amen Nkrumah as a secretary, he had the vision that to be able to accomplish independence, and it has to be independence now, while the UGCC said independence at the shortest possible time. But as it were, independence now was what the masses were looking for. But we had a very important catalyst that occurred on the 28th of February, 1948. I'm sure that you remember names like Private Odate Lamte, Sergeant Ajete, and Corporal Atiku. Corporal Atiku from the Volta region as well. Since we are speaking from the Volta region, I would always like to highlight some of the actors who came from the Volta region at that time. That was a revolutionary drive that was needed. Because after we were killed and 60 ex-servicemen were injured, the country erupted. And for 5 continuous days, there was commotion in Ghana. So that drove the colonial powers to the point where we had to commence the processes to gain independence. By 1951, we had held our first election. The CPP, Convention People's Party, winning over 70% of the votes and seats. In 1954, the internal wranglings began. The CPP was then fighting for a unitary state, a more centralized government. But there were those who thought that we should have a federal state. So as a result of that, you all remember the National Liberation Movement. NLN, I'm taking you on a journey of history so that we better just appreciate our context. And you remember the Northern People's Party, NPP. So they were for the federal state. So in order to settle the matter as to whether we were going federalism or we were going for centralized government, there was another election, and CPP overwhelmingly won. So that matter was settled. And when it got to the point where we decided on British Togoland, parts that we had British Togoland, parts of the French Togoland. Half of it was joined to form the entire Volta region and parts of the northern region. But after that election, and CPP had the majority in Parliament, there was one thing that had to be done to trigger the final process to give us independence. So on the 3rd of August, 1956, there was a motion of destiny for us to be granted independence. And we were successful, and by the 16th of September, 1956, the 6th of March was decided as the day that Ghana will be granted independence. That was to be the first country, sub-Saharan Africa, to be granted independence. And at the time, Ghana was the most prosperous country across West Africa, and to a great extent, the entire Africa. So that is where we are coming from. We are successful, a very, very successful country. And from the outset, we were known as such. So our standards will definitely be different from other countries. On the eve of independence. You remember the words of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah very well, right, Honorable Speaker? At long last, the battle has ended. Ghana is free, your beloved country, is free forever. And mind you, Kwame Nkrumah chose his words carefully. He did not say the war is over. He said the battle is over. A war is made up of several battles. And usually the battlefield will change from time to time. And it will require different strategy to be able to overcome. In that same speech, he congratulated some key people. First, he mentioned the youth. Secondly, he mentioned the farmers of this country. So farmer Oxford Agboli. They are in very good company. Because in Kwame Nkrumah's maiden speech, after congratulating the youth impact parliament. Next was the farmers. He talked about inclusivity at the time. Women is what he talked about next. Then from there, he talked about the fact that we have to develop a new attitude. Why would Kwame Nkrumah say we need a new attitude? A new mentality as an independent state. Why would he say that? Because definitely he had noticed that with that same attitude would not be able to succeed as an independent state. So a new attitude, a new mentality was something that was very much required at the time in order for Ghana to succeed as a country. And he talked about the African personality. It means that we have to be unique as a people. We ought to be unique as a people. We cannot do cut and paste, copy everything that happens. We have a special context that we are dealing with. So what is your African personality? What is your Ghanaian personality? And he made one profound statement that today continues to chase us. He says that the independence of Ghana, I'm just paraphrasing, is not complete unless it is linked to the liberation of the African continent. He saw something that for us to be competitive globally, we would have to go beyond only Ghana. That is what drove him to continue to fight for the African unity. And Ghana was certainly in the lead. You remember the Ghana Guinea Mali Association that was supposed to be a precursor for a united Africa. Nonetheless, we achieved so much. At least under his watch, we had the African Union, and so on and so forth. But back to Ghana. What happened? Kwame Nkrumah had a first 5-year vision. Went well. A second 5-year vision. And a third 10-year vision. And when you look at that vision, Right Honorable Speaker, and what we have today, it's so similar in so many ways. What are they talking about? Socio-economic development, employment for the youth. They are talking about education and health. Basically about the same thing. Infrastructural development to be able to cater for the people of this country. Those were the very same things that this vision encapsulated at that time. But what have been the pitfalls for us successive governments. Usually the same thing would run all throughout. Be it a military government, be a parliamentary system we are running, or an executive system. The first thing is usually the fiscal policies, taxation, and the difficulties it brings to bear on the people. And obviously the fiscal policy will also determine the loans that you take. You need enough fiscal space, money, to be able to develop. If there's no balance, the people begin to get discontent. The second thing that you always hear them talk about is inflation. Inflation. So the purchasing power of the people begin to decline when inflation rates go high. Then unemployment is also linked to socio-economic development as well. So unemployment also happens to be one thing that usually drives our parties out of government. And the last but not the least, this was way back in the 60s. Corruption. Corruption for all successive governments. These have been very topical issues that have been spoken about. So on the 24th of February, obviously, in addition to that, the internal ramblings within the country, the one-party state, Preventive Detention Act, at the time, Kwame Nkrumah, at the time was not meeting the expectations of his people. So you know names like Kotoka International Airport. You know names like Harley, who was the Commissioner of Police at the time, and his deputy, Anthony Teku, 1966. That gave birth to the National Liberation Council. That was to be led by Major General Ankara. And LSE was later taken over by Afrifa at a point in time. They took us back to democracy. So that was our first experiment with military rule. Because Ghana, at the time, the citizens thought that the one-party state was not helping us. So there was some disconnect. By 1972, we had elections. I'm sure you know the popular parties then, Progress Party, Kofi Agrefa Busia, and then our own, the first finance minister of this republic, Komala Agboli, also from the Volta region. And if you care to know, they were the people who found funding for the Kosovo Dam. It was part of the Volta project. PP won. At that time, CPP had been proscribed. It was a crime to belong to the CPP. It had completely been banned. The same issues came up again. Inflation, unemployment, corruption. Then that led us to, so 69 to 72 was Buzia, and then 72 was General Kutu, a champion. You remember the Supreme Military Council? They also started very well. Operation Feed Yourself. And I'm sure there's because of time, I'll have to be very, but Ghana's story is a very interesting story. The debt payments, how at the time, there was this refrain in G, we won't pay our debts. Today, we found a more diplomatic way of going about this. We are not paying our debts. We are not able to pay our debts. Let's say so. The same excuse was given by Kufuor Champo: inflation, corruption, unemployment, poor fiscal policies. Basically the same. They start on the right trajectory. By 1977, he was overtaken by corruption once again, and they had to organize their own internal coup that saw Ekufu coming into power. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me not forget this. The popular RS Amegashie, National Liberation Council, NLC, the National Liberation Council. He was a commissioner for industries, and then later for lands and natural resources. It's because of the name similarities. Right or now, I don't know what that is. But he's definitely one of those who contributed significantly to the development of this country. So after Ekufu took over as president, what the country expected that the ills would be corrected. At the point, Ghana was becoming a failed state, unable to pay its debts, unable to create employment, unable to feed its people, unable to take care of the basic needs of its people. We had become a failed state, more or less. So on the 4th of June, 1979, there was an eruption led by, again, somebody who had come from the Volta region. And obviously, he became a renowned global personality, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. More or less, the country had to be reset at that point. Many things went on, some pleasant, some not pleasant. But one key thing, one scar, one key thing that you all remember, if you don't remember anything from that era, is the fidelity to the values of this country. Freedom and justice, probity, accountability, integrity, social justice. That took us all the way. Liman came, and after Liman, obviously, that was the time that we had our first hung parliament. The experiment with the hung parliament didn't go quite well because there was so much disagreement between Liman and parliament. At the time, we're running a purely presidential and executive government. So the parliament had a lot of power. So most of the things were not going well. So definitely our economic indicators out of the way. Most of the people who have been punished for corruption were more or less released to go free. Then all those agitations. Then we had the PNDC, Provincial National Defense Council, from 1981. Now at the point, we further consolidated our democracy by the devolution of powers. The district assembly system, that is one of the greatest legacies of the PNDC. So today you have the assembly members, we vote for, people who the communities can directly interface with when it comes to development, the district assemblies, and so on and so forth. Then we had the consultative assembly that finally agreed in 1992 that the best path for this country to take was a multi-party system. So from colonial rule, we tried a multi-party system. with the a prime minister. So that's a parliamentary system of governance. We thought it didn't work. We went to military rule, came back. There was unity. We had a debate about federalism and a centralized government way back, where we tried the one-party system. We tried to reintroduce it in 1976 or 77, and Agboli champion. That union government vote was defeated. So we, as a people, after all these experiences, we've settled for multi-party democracy. That is why we are here. The arms of government, the executive, controlled by the president, the legislature, controlled by the Speaker of Parliament, the judiciary, controlled by the Chief Justice. And some people say that there's supposed to be a fourth arm of government, which is the media. They are supposed to keep watch over what all these three arms of government are doing. And this directly feeds into what you are doing today, the Youth Impact Parliament. So let me congratulate you once again for taking up this initiative to groom yourselves to take your place in the history of this country one day. There would come a day, I'm sure, I'll meet some of you, not at the whole Municipal Assembly Conference Room, but in the Parliament of Ghana. I pray that having taken up this passion, we are able to develop ourselves to fit in into the current context. What would make us ready for this worthwhile journey that we are in on? What is going to make us ready? The first thing is to believe in something. Develop your values system. If you don't stand for anything, you will fall for everything. So what do you believe in? Are you just going with the tide? Or you've heard that the most lucrative business in this country now is politics. So therefore, you are in for that reason. All the great leaders that we have had across the globe, in this country, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, Samora Machel, all of them had values, something they believed in. And it's not easy to have your own value systems that you believe in. Because they say what? The true measure of a man is not what he stands for in times of convenience or in times of peace, but where he stands in times of confusion, times of conflict. That is the true measure of a man. So if you want to always take convenient positions, just know that you are going nowhere. You make no impact. As you develop your value system, fortification is very important. Your spiritual fortification. Beyond the life that you live on this earth, you are answerable to the Almighty. So you have to believe in your God. You have to take your religion seriously. Because in times of those difficulties, when everybody forsakes you, your partner, your children, your family, your friends, It is only your God that you can rely on. And I'm happy when people refer or attribute every success to God. So I'm telling you that you ought to take that seriously as part of building your value system. Once you want to be a leader, there are some basic values that you should have. And it should be consistent with the values of this country. Probity, integrity, social justice. If we all can say that our time on this earth, we are going to give much more than we take away. We are going to break much less than we fix. We are going to give a voice to the voiceless. We are going to lift those who are lying on the ground. And cumulatively, we are certainly going to make progress as a people. So these values are extremely important. Secondly, you should have a plan. I was happy when Francis, the farmer, Oxford, Agboli said, if you do not plan, you plan to fail. Your individual plan, your professional plan, your leadership plan, where you want to see yourself in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. If you don't know where you are going, anytime you wake up, every route is okay for you. But if you are certain where you are going, anytime you wake up, you are going to take steps to achieve that particular plan. So it is important. There's no ideal time to plan. Don't say that the things are difficult. I'm still in school. Even what to eat is a problem. I finished school for so many years, I don't have employment. What am I planning? Certainly that's not the case. When you plan, that is when the rest, all other things will converge so that you make progress. You know where to go, who to speak to, where to touch. And in implementing the plan, you have to be bold. You have to take risk. You have to have mentors. And you have to have faith. And this brings me to a very important personality in the Bible. Anytime you are talking about faith, our mind goes to Ruth and Naomi. Go to the book of Ruth. Naomi was married to Elimelech. They had 2 sons, Kilion and one other son. Both of them moved from Judah to go and settle in Moab. Naomi's 2 children, Naomi, Elimelech, and the 2 sons moved. Mahlon and Kilion, unfortunately got married to 2 women, Ruth and Orpah. Unfortunately, Naomi lost her husband, Elimelech. Not long after, the 2 sons also died, Mahlon and Kilion. So Naomi said, well, I came to the land of the Moabites. No success. Very difficult period. I have to move back. She was a good person. I have to move back. So with the 2 other widows, she told them, listen, You don't need to follow me. I came to your land. My sons got married to you. I am old. I can't get married again, maybe. And I will not be able to deliver sons. And if I delivered sons, when will they grow to get married to you again? So at that point, you can go your own way. Oprah said, well, if that's the case, she's not going. But Ruth made a very profound statement. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. Where you will go, I will go. Where you will die, there I shall die. Where you will be buried, that is where I will also be buried. And may God punish you if I turn my back to you now. So this is faith and loyalty. So they went back and doors were opened for them. He now met sheep. Ruth met Boaz. And the mentor, Naomi, gave her directions that opened doors for them. And if you look at her genealogy, the great-grandchild is David, King David. And Jesus Christ, the Savior, happened to be one of the people along the familial lines of Ruth. He became very successful. So this is faith. Taking the first step when you don't see the entire staircase. Ruth didn't know what she was going to see in Judah. But she just knew that there was something right about this. When you have your value systems well set, you are able to determine, you are able to select people who will mentor you. My values system was always to serve humanity. And that influenced even the kind of profession I chose to be a medical doctor. And that even influenced where I would work. No offense to anybody, I respect everybody's position. But that was my personal decision. To move out of the cities, work in Upper West, Funsi, difficult terrains, work in Bongo, come all the way back to the Volta region. There were so many temptations to even move out of the country at every point in time. But I have my values that determine the kinds of steps I take to serve humanity. And maybe it comes at a cost, sacrifice, selflessness to be able to do that. That determined the kind of role models that I've had along the way. And along the way, God blessed me by bringing me close to one of my role models, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant General John Roberts, so rest in peace, for whom I worked with as an aide for 10 solid years before he was called to glory. So much, maybe another time we can share a lot more of our experiences, because I see that I may have done more than the 30 minutes that he's given me. So I'll be rounding up. So the execution of your plan, very important. Have faith, pursue it with all the energy that is in you. Pursue excellence for every chosen field. Today you heard from Farmer Oxford Agboli, my colleague guest speaker. Many of you would have thought that farming would not be for such an elite like him. But he entered farming, he's pursued excellence. Today he has 200 acres of farmland he's farming. And you can see that he looks successful. It's written all over here. So, in whatever field, be in teaching, that is what you want to choose. Make sure you are excellent. Make sure you work hard. Make sure that you reach the highest point of your profession. If it's business you want to do, make sure you pursue it with excellence. If it is leadership, if it is politics, make sure that you pursue it well. We all admit that the challenges we have with our politics today would require another battle. Change of mentality and attitudes, just like how Nkrumah said. I intimated earlier that it is a war. So every now and then, there would be battles to fight. When Samora Machel, the revolutionary leader of Mozambique, after having led his armed forces to take power from the Portuguese, was asked, what next? Because now there are no gun battles. What were the battles? The battle was against diseases. The battle was against corruption. The battle was against unemployment. These were the kinds of battles that we saw. So at this point, to be able to overcome some of the challenges that we face, we all admit this is the best system that we have. And as people who are grooming yourselves, one thing that I'll ask of you is to be able to take your own decisions. Why do I say so? You have to develop the ability to see yourself, to hear yourself. I remember one of the last Congress that I attended with His Excellency Fighter from Jerry John Lawrence as his aide. You know, those days, everybody used to fear what was going to come. Is it a boom speech? Was it going to destabilize plans? But that day was a shorter speech, very profound. Listen to yourselves. You have to develop that ability of listening to yourselves. The things you say, is that what you are doing? Because now you cannot guarantee what you hear from who. You can't even trust what you hear from the media all the time. Because there are certain media houses that have been established by politicians to push a parochial agenda. So if that is what you're listening to without interrogating it, be sure that if you think you're moving west, you'd rather be moving east. So you ought to develop that ability to think for yourself and to decide for yourself. Our democracy is gradually evolving into a monocracy. And very soon, all of you seated here will not have the opportunity to contribute to our democracy. There are important things that will have to be fixed. So are you going in as young people to be part? Or are you going in to introduce positive change? I'm sure that in your debate, some of these issues will definitely come in. This is our 17th IMF program as a country. So that tells you that our socio-economic life will still need some reforms. are you going to contribute in your small way towards that? And I tell you that everybody who's made it big had very small beginnings. If you want to introduce change here in this house, introduce change in your communities. And with time, you will be given the bigger platform. When opportunity meets preparedness, we are definitely going to succeed. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this.
Honourable members, I think God actually chose our guest speakers for today because the wisdom and the knowledge each of them have given us, we cannot pay for it. YIP is paying for it. Honourable members, let's give them all another year. Yeah. Thank you very much, former Oxford, Agboli, and Dr. Senanu, Kwesi, Kojo. Before we move to the debate, Djokoto. Yes, my apologies. Before we go to the debate, we'll create an opportunity for questions and answers. So, from the information our guest speakers have given and the knowledge they have shared, if you have a question to put to them, or you want to make a contribution, yes, this is the opportunity to do so. And we'll take just very few and we'll go to the debate. So if you have any questions, please show the interventional sign so that I'll know and then I'll call you. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm Gilbert Abahabi. Thank you very much, Doc, and then thank you very much, Farmer, money seeds like Annie. Or power seeds like Annie, rather. Yeah. Okay. It has been a very enlightened presentation today. I will be much grateful forever for such an opportunity. My question goes to the first presenter, Mr. Farmer Oxford. Since we have a lot of things in common, where I also serve as the SRC Finance Officer for Volta University for 2021-2022 academic year. And also an accounting student for that matter, also aspiring to be entering the farming sector or the agricultural sector. Even though I've entered, but I'm out currently due to some challenges beyond my control. But I will come for more tutorials. Okay, my question goes like this. You started farming at a very tender age before zooming into the tertiary, and you studied accountancy, and now a chartered accountant. I would like to ask, what is that thing that drives you to charter, even though you know very well that you are not going to use it like for a full-time employment, but you still went ahead to charter. What is that factor that drives you to enter and then blend it with your farming? That's one question I want to, because I'm also trying to enter there, but I have a divided attention whether to go to do it or otherwise. Thank you.
If you could take two other questions so that we answer them more wholly. Yes. Honourable Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then once again, Mr. Billy also. I also want to congratulate two guest speakers. I am encouraged, very, very encouraged for coming today. Because I also grew up as a farmer. My father was a farmer, my mother was a farmer. And they were both also a fisherman. He's part of agriculture. So I grew up in Qatar, actually. But I wanted to ask Doug, a particular question that he spoke about family, even in the political field. And here the case, the country you don't belong to. If you have your own personal value and you enter into that party, won't that political party cripple your value for you? Because sometimes you have a way of thinking, but when you enter into that political party, you will change your level of thinking for you. When you want to say, you say no, you have to believe on what the party or the leadership is saying. So I want to believe, how can I, or how can somebody be able to avoid that instead of making his value? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Adam Osman. Honorable Adam Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Yes, my question goes to you. I want to ask, how did Ghana navigate the challenges of tribalism and ethnic tension in the post-independence era? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a man in the shades, and then we'll take the last one from Magdalene for the first set.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. Question goes to Doc.
If you could introduce yourself first.
Okay, there's Honorable David Legend. Doc, my question goes like this. You said that, I quote, the true job of a man is determining where he stands when it comes to decisions making. Hope I'm right. Okay. So where we are as a country now, can we say when it comes to decisions making, can we be proud of the nation? I don't want to start maybe by going into the debate already, but it's just a question to you. Because if Dr. will say we are free forever, but currently, to me, I can see that we are free forever. For example, the current bill in Ghana's Parliament has put an end to Parliament proceedings and even government duties performing. So I'll end here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable David. Magdalene.
Thank you very much. My question goes to okay, my name is Madeleine Ediakman-Lisa. The question goes to the farmer. Anytime that I hear of a student politician that has made it in life, I really like him. So I want to ask him, the first question, when he was an FO in Polytechnical University, then the rules or the thing that he did, has it been one way or the other being used against him, one being the political field, in a sense that maybe he had the opportunity to be in certain place that he was asked of the things that he did then that he has to cross-check, 1, 2, being in the farming field, like as a farmer, like has it once or two faced challenge of he presenting or people going back to the things he did back then and then being used? I just want to know about the political and the farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our guests will answer this particular one from their seats. They will not move to the podium. And we'll take from farmer first before Doc. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Doc, thank you so much for the wonderful speech. I'm encouraged. I told you I'm following it. So we'll meet in power. Thank you so much. I think Honorable I think after 10 years, so 2011 to 2012, I completed 11 and 12. You also completed 21 and 2022. I said that by then it's like a punishment. I said, when you close from school and your other colleagues are playing football, they are going to play game, TV game and all kind of. So you have to be in the farm and work. If you are in my shoe by then, you feel like it's like a punishment, kind of. But I went to another school where I went to boys' school. I attended Sparkle. So when I went to Sparkle, I was a day student, a border bet, a day student. By the convention of my uncle being a lecturer on campus. So I still manage my farm over the weekend. But I was doing business and I was doing well. I passed, I came to work technical university. I continued on campus, HIV on campus. But the values that Doc spoke about, you can choose a profession, that is your profession. But you can have a passion. And when you develop your passion, and that passion will become your career, you see that it is the pathway are more enjoyable than any other thing. Today, when you put me in accounting class, as a profession, I'll give you whatever you need to know. Because I want to do system. I did accountants. I went back to my master's. I did finance, a charter. So you can imagine that when you come to the profession in accounting, I'm sorted out. But it's that it's true. But what makes me happy is when I see the greens. When I wake up in the morning and I go to the farm, and when I see the women working in the farm, planting, when I see the young guys carrying the spraying machine, spraying, I'm more encouraged. I see humanity in them than any other thing sitting in the AC. I see, as a doc said, that is why he chooses to save people. And that brings another kind of values that you have to choose for yourself. So, as I'm going now, I'm trying so much to build my career in my professional way, at the same time maintaining my passion. Because profession can make you rich. Sometimes, but you will not enjoy your money because you work tirelessly. But when you have the passion, you will not struggle. I really don't struggle to make the money in the family industry. As I'm talking to you, the MPs who knows me will tell you, I don't struggle. So even in the year of West Central constituency, a lot of people don't know how I live my life. Why? Because they know me as a farmer, but they don't know how the step I produce. They don't know things I do. And that is why you yourself must choose a value for yourself. Transparency. You must be transparent to yourself that this is what I want to do. I'm a chartered accountant. I can equally use it to consult. I consult for small smaller businesses. But this one is for free. But my profession, that gives me money. That I use to look after my family. That I can also help the community where I find myself. Because the impact starts from the community. As we say, we sitting down as MPs, the impact, politics, is local based. Politics, there's nothing called national or international, as you have been hearing. Whoever said it, that is his business. But what I know, from when I was kid, coming up, before I choose my party, I also have my values. And I maintain that value. You can be in an organized organization, but you still have your heart values, which you can maintain equally. So it is your decision that this is the path I want to choose for myself. This is another one you have to do. I'm a farmer. So when I joined a farmer organization, I took the advantage. And that helped me. After everything working in the bank, and I realized that when I had an opportunity to work with a farming organization, I took the advantage. and I build a passion, and that passion become my career. So I don't struggle to make the money. You can't compare yourself struggling with yourself with Stonewall. Stonewall can sing. That is talent. You realize that he doesn't force himself to sing. No matter what professional you have, he will employ you to work for him. That is his passion. And when he's singing, he's happy. And that makes the difference. That makes the difference. So equally, it's like you are following my path. You are into politics. You are into the good profession. So you have to look and take advantage. Doc said that you must be ready. Today, if they say, how many of you can go to America today? Even our MPs, most of you don't have a passport. But you are paying to go to outside. You are paying that you want to get opportunity. You understand? I encourage all my guys along with that. No card in this country that I don't have. Any card that comes to the country, I take advantage to have that card. Why? Because you don't you don't know when you need that particular thing to use it to get what you want. So that is the advantage. And that is where when you are choosing your path, you don't just seek faith. You must be spiritually freedom. You pray. You seek the face of God. You ask for the love of God. One more too about my life, which I don't know. And when I started, then I got married before I know that this is my prayer. I said that God is good. So it has become my motto. So all the people around me know that I always say, Mawu, God is good. I married a woman called Mawu. It is 1 year later before I realized that her name is Mawu. That means God is good. So it is you must be convinced in yourself that this is your value, this is the faith, this is the path you want to be. Thank you. Yeah. For more, we can talk. My sweet madam, Honorable Magdalene, your grace speak and get that I was able to list some of the issue. The issue you want to know how I was able to manage my political life and my career path in terms of family. I think as a student politics, on no platform that people will not attack you. To be a leadership position, to be in a leadership position, everybody will be interested in your past experience, your achievement, what you have done. And those are the things you must hold key to your success. Because when you come to a platform where you need to talk, you must refer yourself to the previous. And if you are not able to talk about your past, then you have a negotiation. I think as a student politics, I learned a lot. I was able to manage a relationship, which I said, with the management and the student today. Because at that higher level of decision making, you must be careful. The way people think down is different from when you are that place and you are taking decisions after. But one key thing you need to know is what will benefit the people. What will benefit my constituents? What will benefit the people who are around me? And that is the best thing. At that moment, put the people first before yourself. That is the real thing. So you know that this is what the people want, so that you can project the values of the people. When you go to the meetings, leadership, I think opportunity doesn't call for anyone. Any opportunity that you get from this country or from God, it will be from people. And sometimes you will not be present when the opportunity will come. But somebody must make sure you know. And that is the relationship you have to build when you are in the leadership position. As a career person in politics, I'm able to manage my career the voice of politics. I think in one of the things I see in a lot of platforms is that when I come to a platform like this, don't look at me as a politician. Look at me as a farmer. Why? Because my interest is the agriculture, the growth, and the economic growth of agriculture in this country. And that is my priority. No other government will come to power without looking back at agriculture. And I tell people that no matter who comes to sit at the highest seat, if we, as the citizens of this country, we have policies, and we have agendas, and we have plans, no matter who comes. And as our former said, no matter who comes, our decisions will strive the person to do the right thing. We have policy. When I was in Kenya, one good thing I learned in that country was that they have agenda for 20 years. And surprisingly to know, they have all the SWOT analysis, all the organization to pursue that agenda. And that agenda means that they have organization, a government institution for that agenda. Because it is not just an agenda written down. No, there is a work in progress. So any man in the farm producing maize have impact in that agenda. So anyone selling in the market, having the market, selling, going up and down, is contributing to that agenda. And that is the impact that you have when you have found yourself as a young man in politics and your career. You must be sure to go in that path and maintain your stand when it comes to that level. When it comes to the politics, it's only the political arena within ourselves that you see that we fight more than fighting ourselves. Dog will tell you. We go to meetings and by the time we come out, we are all laughing, but people receive slap. Why? Because some of the things that we will do, I said, it is not your fault. You are not supporting it. But the voice of the people, we say, is the voice of God. Sometimes some of the decisions, you only. But when you have the opportunity to do the right thing, you do it. That's why I tell the people who are Christians, who say, you don't, as a Christian, politics is a dirty game. You don't need to associate yourself in politics. I say it's a lie. Then you will be here that people who are not Christian, who don't have faith, because when it comes to governance, God has given us power. He said, and the governor will be on our shoulder. He has given us authority. So we are now sitting down. And the people who are not faith, they are not spiritually, they are not in Christ Jesus. They will come and decide for us. And we are fine. Before I finish with my sister's question, there is an estate in Kumasi. So it's time for assembly election. And to say, at that estate, doctors are there, chartered accountants are there, engineers are there, all the professions they are there because it's an estate. And you can assume the people who will be occupying those estates. It's time. Nobody is interested to go for the assemblyman position. A school dropped out guy, they say he will go. He went. He voted because he's unopposed. He became an assemblyman. 1 week exactly, he went to the street, cut down all the street, the trees in the whole estate. And when they questioned him, he said one thing. He said, today I'm the assemblyman. And the street light cannot see the road. You understand? So the street light cannot see the road. So when you are driving in the night, you can't see the road. So that's why you cut all the trees with the estate. And you can't see anything. So when we educate, sitting down, I allow all those people to sit down. They will give us a bill, take a decision that you and I, who are here today, the youth, our children, our wives, our sisters, our mothers, will suffer from. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. With your permission, I will also proceed. Honorable members, I think I've really enjoyed this discussion. And let me start from where Farmhouse was. Martin Luther King Jr. had something very profound. He said, that it's not the evil deeds of those who intend to commit evil that matter, but it's the silence of the majority. Good people. So when so many good people decide to be on the fence, decide not to take part in building our motherland, what happens is that we give opportunity to those who may not have very good intentions for this country. And that brings me to my first question. The first question I was asked my good self, by Honorable Believer also. Will the party's values cripple your individual values? I'm yet to see any political party whose documents, whose constitution, whose policies are inconsistent with the country's value systems. When you look at both the spirit and the letter of what they say they want to do, it sounds so good. And if you even hear them speak, you would love it. But when it comes to the practice, that is where you see the inconsistency. And why is there that dissonance between what they say and what they do? Believe you, every political party is made up of the good, bad, and the evil. You will not walk into any political party and think that you're only going to find angels. It does not happen. So when the silent majority allow the bad and the evil to take over, then what happens is that what they implement will be very inconsistent with what the party's value system are. If you want to go far, definitely you have to go with people. So you, the conscientious people, would also have to definitely associate with similar minds within any political organization. Hold the fort and continue to expand your territory so that you can defend and uphold the constitution of your party. It's very easy to go into groupthink. When we say groupthink, when you are within a political party, what eventually emerges as the decision is what everybody goes through. So the whole group thinks alike. It's very easy to get to that point of groupthink. So the party will be perpetuating the wrong agenda. But because they have gotten into the mode of groupthink, where most people have their conscience dead, and the party is being controlled by people who don't mean well for the party or the country, and you continue on that particular path. So this is how complex political parties as an organization can be. So before you enter, you certainly have to be aware of this. Hold on to your personal value system, especially if you set it right and you believe that it is the right thing to do. Hold on to it and continue to influence. There are so many strategies that could be used. There's the voice of God strategy, where within an organization that is going wrong, you hear one person trying to speak against what the organization is doing. But let me warn you that because of political patronage, that path is usually extremely difficult because they will end up ostracizing you. Then the group will continue to implement whatever they want to implement. That is how come a whole nation can get it wrong. A whole path can get it wrong because they are already in the wrong mode. Rather stay within, build influence, and lead them to the right path. That is how you try and meander this very complex environment. How did Ghana navigate or manage the tribalism in post-independent or post-independence? Very good question. You notice that there were parties that were formed based on tribe at the point in time. That was around 1954, 1955. The National Liberation Movement was actually mainly for the Ashantis. Bafo Zakutu, who was then the chief linguist, Otumfuo, was one of the key founders of that party. They had a Northern People's Party, who was also formed based on tribe. I think was mainly the Dakotas at the time. They were pushing for the federal state. And when the entire country voted, we voted for the centralized government. That's how CPP won that particular election. So from the outset, Nkrumah knew that definitely we would have to take on policies that would integrate us or bring us together as a people, irrespective of our tribe. So that is translated in our constitutions and in the earlier actions of even giving opportunities to people from all over the country to come and school in particular places. So the famous Achimota with this black and white emblem tells you that different people who have come together form one organization, one country. And we have been implementing that since. So we know that in Ghana, you cannot form a political party based on tribe. In as much as it makes it impossible for you to win the election, it is something that is not even encouraged in Ghana. Because everybody, irrespective of your religion, ethnicity, or of your socio-economic standing, you are supposed to be given the same opportunity in this country. That is how we have been there. And it is up to us to also continue to move in that direction. Every now and then, you have tribalism rearing its ugly head. Let us not give it a space to germinate. We are one people, we are one country, with one destiny. So definitely, we have to progress in that way. Yeah. So Honorable David, you asked the true measure of a man is determined not by where he stands in times of peace and convenience, but during the periods of conflict and confusion. And you related it to the current proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family bill that is waiting assent by the President of the Republic. Let me be blunt here. I am certain that everybody knows what is right and what is good for the country. And even within our constitution, it based on natural canon knowledge. And that has been our stance And everybody knows that Ghana is a highly religious country. And our country, our religion, more or less, abhors unnatural kind of knowledge, especially in that respect. The difficulty in taking decisions, I suspect, may be due to the consequences, the socio-economic consequences. Do we have the economic freedom? So you might have heard from the Ministry of Finance and from other places that the socio-economic consequences of assenting to that bill may be dire to the country. I'm sure that it could be the bone of contention. But as to what we all stand for as a country, I'm sure that it is pretty clear. Continue to advocate and under no circumstances should any act affect the progression of man. That is pretty clear. So those are the complexities. So I'll end by contributing a bit to the other questions. I noticed that I didn't speak so much about my political history, but I've also had the opportunity to serve at a very grassroots level. Because Ghana has a sovereign state, sovereignty resides with the people, citizens. It is what the citizens want done. That is exactly what would be done by your leaders. So they always tell you that the kind of leaders you have reflects the kind of citizens that you have. So they will always tell you that the people deserve its leaders. If the citizens are so minded, build a certain culture. Just like President Rawlings once said, that whoever is on top, if it's even the devil, you necessarily have to do the right things because the citizens want him to do so. So, us engaging grassroots and transmitting exactly what our values are, extremely important. Having served as the chairman of the police station branch, chairman at the constituency level, we held so many other political portfolios. I'll say that is extremely important. But you need wisdom to do so, especially as all those jobs are not paying jobs. If you intend as a professional, just know that we all cannot contribute in the same way. Make sure what your professional ethics are. Keep it. Know the boundaries and know how you can also contribute politically. If not, you'll be applying the wrong strategy that will be inconsistent to your professional conduct. It is difficult because most of the time we want instant gratification. What would benefit us today, but what would actually benefit you for the long term, benefit your community and country, is usually delayed gratification. You work hard, you invest, and you certainly do. Thank you very much.
Our members will take the last set of questions and then we'll go to the debate. As a matter of fact, our guests are a little bit short of time. I don't know whether they still want to witness the debate, but yes. So we'll take the last set of questions. Can I know who wants to ask questions before I designate the people to speak? Okay, so we have 4 here, and we only take the 4 here. No questions? Okay, so please, we'll take Robert, then we'll have Mark, then I'll have Godwin, and then who else? Oh, but you already asked. You asked in the first session, right? In the first set. And you want to ask again? Or you want clarification? You already asked. Yes, so we want to give time a little bit. So I think the others, you can engage them later. So the last person will be Elijah. And then I think, okay. So please, just ask your questions straight to the point. Don't beat around the bush. Don't give any unnecessary preamble. Just go straight and ask your question and we'll take notes. This is the last set of questions. So let's have Robert and Senanu Robert. Okay, let's say Mark and then I'll...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the August House. And also thank you, our guest in the house. So my first question goes to the farmer in our office there. Looking at your background, you never stated you did something of agriculture in school. You did business and you are now a chartered accountant. Okay, but you also do something of farming as part of your life. I would like to ask, how do you manage your family life with your professional life? That is my question to you. And to Doctor, with the current state that we are in, I think you can see more of the youth are losing interest in politics because of what is really going on. So what is the advice you can give to the youth to encourage them to enter into politics for the development of our nation? Thank you.
Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Robert Fion, MP for Practice Constituency. Yes, first of all, I have two questions.
So let's just go straight to the point and ask the questions. Go straight to the point and ask the questions.
Yes, I'm honored to be here. So the first question goes like this. To Mr. Agboli. He is having 200 acres of land he's farming on. So we those who are not actually a constituent of Bo and we are interested in farming and land issues are problems. So how can we get that, or how can we navigate around that? Because actually I am a farmer and I study agricultural engineering and I'm currently studying agricultural sciences and technology. That is agro-business. So I'm very much interested, but I'm coming from Motivity and I'm not having the land here. How can I can come around and make something? And yeah. Yes, so the second question goes to Doc, which has to do with leadership problems or this political issue. So I don't know how I'll frame the question back. I have a community where we've celebrated something. That's homecoming. We get money. We purchase a lot of instruments to set up a community center. But I realize the case, there are a lot of difficulties, there are a lot of issues going around this building of the community center, whereby it has discouraged me. Actually, I am fed up. I don't want to even carry the mantle anymore, even though I was the one who spearheaded getting the funds and other stuff, and we went and purchased the material. They are now there under the bed, but we cannot implement it due to a lot of issues. I want to ask, when this kind of things happen, where you are discouraged, you don't know, but I am poised to go back when it comes to what I'm hearing here. So how can I navigate around this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. I'm God Senanu, MP for Adenta constituency. My question goes to Mr. Farmer. My questions are four. The first one, how do you sell your when you started? Because myself, I'm a farmer. I started cassava farming from 2009 till now. I hardly, at times, I only sell to market women, which I want to move from that because I don't get money. The money I expect to get, I don't get it. So I want to know how you sell your farm, please. The second one, what are the challenges you face when you started as an entrepreneur? The third one, which one would you suggest any youth who is interested in agriculture to venture into? The fourth one, why did you choose to attach yourself to a political party?
Thank you very much. There's Honorable Manuel.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. I guess I respond to the woman novelist. Thank you for yes, so, during your submission, you said we should maintain our credibility. And then I want to know, you see, false articles are sometimes circulated by bloggers online. I want to know what role does National Security and NCA play when they see this article circulating.
Thank you very much for your brief question. Let's have Honorable Elijah Djokoto.
All right. My name is Elijah Agboli. My question, Doctor. My question goes to the doctor. I want to know when you were talking about to speak about the referendum of Volta. So I want to know whether it is a contract that went to that years to come, maybe they can be able to come out from Ghana or they can be able to come from Ghana again.
Thank you very much for your question, Honorable. I'll give just a short opportunity to my colleague in the shades to just briefly ask his question before we end that session. Yes, before we end that session. So please just summarize your question. Oh, yeah, okay. You are good to go. You are fine. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll take the response from Farmer and then we'll go to the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Relationship between professional life and family is a serious one. I said when I was speaking, I didn't mention any certificate in agriculture because I don't need it. I really don't need it. But the good thing is that I found myself in the platforms where I was trained. I was given opportunity to learn on the field, on the job, apart from my profession. So that I'll be able to travel outside this country to meetings, to be trained. And we have donors institutions, and I'm proud to mention one like AGRA, ITA, we have donors institutions that help we the families to be trained in our professions so that we will do the right thing. As a professional chartered accountant and accountant, yes, I do my professional works when I come to currently I serve in a lot of boards and a lot of audit committee sittings. I'm in the Ghana Railway Audit Committee. I also a member of the board there. So you can imagine Akachi and also Sugar Corporate are part of their audit committee board. OT Wala Regional Hospital and the audit committee member there. Almost 4. That is my professional life. And I also have professional integrity. If you see all the chartered accountants, our authority is integrity conduct. So I try not to maintain my conduct in public. Dog is a professional person, so you know what I'm talking about. Because the certificate I'm holding to speak for, it's not for me. They can, yeah, it's a license. Every day we renew it. So you can call me anytime and take it. You have to start over again. So I maintain my professional life. That's avoid of not doing politics. Yes. We have doctors who are politicians, chartered accountants, engineers, lawyers, so why not? So when it comes to my professional life, I make sure I do what I'm supposed to do by the ethics of the profession. And that is power, which you can run away from. Because if you try it, it's not a matter of I'm in politics. So you just be there and you see your name in the newspaper. That is all. So I maintain my professional life separately from my family business. But hey, when it comes to business, in agricultural business, there are professionals who are needed there. In accounting structure, we also have a standard for farming. So I'm also needed. So at that particular moment, whatever I have learned is keeping me to maintain my company. It's giving me a profile that people see and they are proud of. I said I applied for a contract after the profile of the personnel with the team that will manage the farm. After looking at the profile, they call for a meeting. They say, hey, so you are chartered accountants here. So this person is also master. Oh wow, you guys are doing this. We'll give you the money. So you see that maintain that path also help to grow whatever sector you find yourself. So in the farming industry, man, I make sure that when I go on the platform, I don't go here to say I did agribusiness. I don't know. People who do the production and my team works, and we work together. Whatever position I have in the company, I maintain my position. But when you are leading an organization, every day the updates must be on your table. When you are speaking, you speak to data, you speak to facts, so that people know that you have knowledge. Whatever knowledge you have it in agriculture. Honorable. Yeah, thank you very much. Another question from Honorable Robert, talking about the land tenure system. It's an issue that we addressed. We met in Sugakope, a particular program. I want to stand up. This one, I want you to watch it. On the workshop, I told the DDA, that development something like development. No agriculture. We have the. No, are you aware of that bank? A new bank, is it that something development bank? Yeah, it's a new one. It's a new one. So on the platform, there was a money from Mastercard Foundation to them, and they are looking for we, the farmers, to they brought up to Sugakope beach resort. Then we had 3 days training, and I said it should not be show workshop that will come here and say things and go. No. And I stand tall with the honorable that came there, who is like a father to the honorable Odo Abraham. And I stood up and I presented on agriculture, and I told them that we should not come here and do those workshops that will come and do show talk and leave. But they should promise us that whatever we are coming to say here, we will go and implement it and bring it back. Up to today, 1 year now. Oh, okay. So when it comes to, like that day, I spoke about the land tenure issue. When I was presenting, I said in my speech, when you fly along the voter regime, you see that voter regime is so green. It tells you that our land is good, our soil is good. But what do we see? Our land tenure issues. To the extent that the chiefs are not ready to give the land. When they give you call another family people to come and drive land on the land. Those are the challenges we face in agriculture. Where somebody wants to know the challenges. Those are some of the main challenges. But the system that I have is a system of outdoor system. So I can start on the platform mentioning 200 acres, 300 acres. But I don't have it at station at one place. Our farmers across the whole country. To the extent that I have farmers in North. That's one to North to sign a contract. Where they produce soya beans for me. Where they produce millets for me. Where they produce beans for me. Which is cowpea. You see? So when they are talking about being smart, it is not about playing game of people. The specific. Measurable. So that is the smart. Be smart. So as I'm here, people in North are farming for me. And I'll go and check my produce, make available market, and sell it. And that is why you also create your own niche market. So the land tenure issues, it is not about getting big land. It's about Honorable Robert. I think Honorable Robert also has the same question. So it's about the OT region is another good region that we can see a lot of produce. While I'm talking to you right now, I have a truck of rice from one tank at Murat, waiting for tomorrow to be great. I have a whole truck, so when you finish, you can drop to Murat. You see a big truck there from water. More than tonnage, a lot of tonnage packed there. So that is how the creativity comes in. That is why you take advantage of the system. So the land tenure system is a national issue on our platform, and I said it. There is a national issue. Part of Ghana, that is development part of Ghana, that is the name, development part of Ghana, I can check. It's a new bank by the Act of Parliament last year, 2023. It's a new bank. So I told them that it is a national issue. We should make sure that the chiefs understand to sign contract with us to release the land for us for 30 years, 50 years, 60 years. Not 3 years, and you come for the land. So you, as a farmer, you must also develop a strategy to be able to do what? To be able to get farmers who work for you and buy their produce. To continue with Honorable Gossip, the produce that you produce, whatever you are producing, you must be able to market it yourself. You must be able to sell your product. When I was in Volta University, and when I was, it came to a time that the money are not enough, I'm not getting the money. I have to start selling a product. And I know the men are interested in that product. Even though I don't use it, I'll be able to convince them and be back. Because I'll talk shit to you. Even the marketers, the people are being marketed by more than me that accounting to you. You understand? So you must know what you are carrying, the value of the product you are selling, and be able to sell it. Yes, the problem we have is available market, access to market. But apart from that one, look for market before you produce. That is why today, when we hear a lot of politicians come on TV and say that they have produced 2 million tonnage of rice. Sometimes on the TV, I tell my family it's not true. That person is like, I said it's not true. Because you can't produce it. Where is the market? You must create the market. And when you create the market, the demands will come and you produce more. When PFJ came, there was a market for seed. So you see that every farmer wants to buy seed and plant because it's cheap. every farmer now knows to apply fertilizer to the crops. So that is the advantage. So you realize that there was a market. So everybody is producing to meet the market. So create your own market. Know the niche market. Know the people who need it. And if I'm in your shoe, I'll repackage it and sell. Dog, when you bring dog in the office, fresh tomato, fresh cucumber, and carrot and those things, dog will buy it. Because it doesn't have the time, you buy it and put it in the car. When you go to the house, you chop it, put it and do whatever you want to do. Ask God if you don't buy. Even if you said to him 50 Ghana, he will buy. Not the fact that he needs something, but the fact that you started something, people will buy from you. And that is how you create your own market. Challenges in our entrepreneurship is uncountable, and I can't talk about it. Access to funds, access to equipment, access to mentorship, leadership, training is difficult, but you must strive to excellence. As Doc said, the challenges are there as a youth, but you must learn to overcome the challenges. No, there is no place called cool place. You must be able to strive to become excellent. To choose a profession or in terms of agriculture, that's why I said in agriculture channel, you have a lot of things on the land that you can choose. Manufacturing is there, production is there. I'm not talking about taxation. Manufacturing is there, production is there, agro processing is there. You can rebrand garlic and sell. You understand? Today, when you go to the chapel, there is a rise from Agboli strike. It's a new rise. They are selling 77. That material is called Amegashie-Viglo. It's a rice. So nice rice, but they have repackaged it. You take it from foreign country, coming to this country. You understand? So me, I know the material. When I saw it, I know, hey, this one is from Agboli, spring agro. When you go to, you see Nana rice, King's agro. So you see, it is you who choose to repackage. Plantations, you can repackage plantations and sell it and maybe import it. Right now, export it. Now we are importing toast bread. Last time I was with one of my fathers, they gave me bread to eat and it's impacted with bread, they toast it. Yes. And we have to eat it. And I was asking myself, why all this thing? So you have to choose. In the chain, you look at where you can eat and repackage yourself. And when my values, when I'm a farmer, but I keep politics because of my values. You can never help humanity. That's why I said, apart from the profession, you can only help the humanity at the level that you want to go if you don't hide yourself under a group of people. Don't say, if you want to go, you go with people. So that is the spirit. The values are there. Sometimes their values will not match your value, but you must hide under them and get to the top. When you get to the top, you have to do the change. Then you change. And that is one thing I like about years. He was quiet. When he got to the top, he said, this one I'm not going for. Whatever anybody says, I won't go for. Our Father for all. This is what I want to do. This is my priority. This is my value. You see? So sometimes you must allow yourself to go through the process and get to the top. Because when I'm here and I started challenging that this is my value, the next day you will never go. I thought you will not go. I said, how many times you have tried? We are praying that the next one you go. You will not go. No matter how people know you can deliver, you can do the work. Because of money and other issues, they say this person when you go back. That is it. So the fight I'm maintaining it. I'm farming my profession, maintaining it, and my political career, moving that path, and I'm maintaining it because of the interest of my community. There should be a change. I said that if we all believe that we will buy bread in home, we will not send the money to Accra. economy here will grow. That is why when you go to Thai, we say Thai economy is expensive. When you go to this Akosoko, you see those people, if you buy one pure water, one sachet water, is 1 cedi. Why? Because you have to the local economy, you must pay. When we build the local economy, the investors will come and support us. People are interested to come to our economy. But if you believing that you go to the top and build the economy, you then start the impact from now and take us to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first question I'll respond to is from Honorable Roberts. And what advice do I have for the youth in this current context of doing politics? We all admit that there are serious challenges between politics at this point. I mentioned that true democracy is evolving into non-democracy. And I also mentioned that the value systems are gradually getting compromised. And if you're a youth and you want to stand by what you believe in, most likely you find it very difficult to even fit in. These are facts that we all admit as a people. And I am pretty certain that they have found expression in all the speeches that have been read by political actors in different political parties. We know that Parliament has a role to play. We know that the Constitution Review Committee also has a great role to play. We may actually have to even change some parts of the Constitution to amend the structure that we have currently. Somebody would say that do you have to appoint at least 50%, as a president have to appoint at least 50% of his ministers from Parliament? And some people say that people do all that it takes to get to Parliament because they think that, well, that creates a path for them to be appointed ministers and for them to continue to build their political profile. So if you separate it, you want to reduce the edge of people entering politics through the parliamentary route. It's been a subject of debate, and I'm sure that going forward it will come up again. The President of the Republic during his last sessional address intimated the need that for there to be an amendment, a review of Ghana's 1992 Constitution. It has served us well, but it's certainly not a perfect document that we have at hand. So that is a role that we, the Parliament has to play, we all have to play. The citizens also have a role to play. We have to be enlightened. We have to be assertive when it comes to what we want. And as a youth who wants to take your position in leadership in future, or even now, I would say that you maintaining your values, what you stand for, and always advocating for it, may be that critical voice that the country will need to eventually effect change. You ask yourself how much Nkrumah had before he began his advocacy. You ask yourself how much would somebody like President Jerry John Rawlings have before he became leader of this country. It's purely conviction. And I believe that faith conviction can still move mountains. But I know that we operate within a system, and we definitely would have to use the current system that we have to also effect change. The respective political parties also have a role to play. If we crack the whip on the monetization of our internal elections, then with time, it will be more prohibitive. Less and less at meritocracy, giving opportunities to people who actually merit it. When I say meritocracy, I'm not actually even talking about certificates that people have. People with a demonstrable record of service, people that we can vouch for as people with integrity. If we look at meritocracy to give people opportunities within the party, then eventually we are going to have a better political system in the country. My prayer is one day that all political parties would have the requisite human resource that will be able to run the country, so that at every point in time we are sure that the nation is in good hands. And what we'll be debating about would be the different ideas or policies that can move our country forward. So we have a lot to do in that regard. Honorable Robert Yawu, did I get his name right? Yawon MP Krachi East. Yes, it is true that undertaking community work can be extremely difficult, challenging. Sometimes the people that want to help do not want to help. They don't want to help. Sometimes you can invest in somebody's education and you notice that the person is not even interested in sitting down and learning. The next thing is out there joining friends, smoking, drinking, partying. When you invested into the person's education because you think that person has the IQ to make it to the top. Sometimes you want to help communities. The money you invest will be misapplied. These challenges are not rare. But how do we overcome it? We overcome it by establishing systems that with everywhere you go, once you are able to appropriately analyze all the contextual issues, the community leaders who you can trust, what their value systems are, and then you begin together with them, conscientize them on what you intend to do, the benefits that it is to the people, get popular support for those interventions, agree with them to set up systems that would enable you to implement those projects. And it will include monitoring and penalties that will have to be given to people who go against it. So when you do the appropriate stakeholder engagement, then you'll be able to overcome some of these complex issues. If you go and give money to somebody in the dark, they'll be certain that your project will not see the light of day in so many instances. So don't give up. You certainly have to persist. Helping humanity is one thing which reward cannot be quantified. I believe that there's a lot of gratification in helping. We should continue to help irrespective of the challenges that we face. The Honorable Mano Bless, how do you, we talked about maintaining credibility. And I think you're asking what role do we play in enhancing credibility of decision making? Is that what you asked? Or you want to clarify it? The false articles of the law. Yes, whether the security agencies. Actually, yes. There's a whole act of Parliament with clearly prescribed punishments for people who spread false information. So every now and then, you notice that people have reported to the police. Once in a while, people are picked up. But you really have to balance it because of freedom of speech. Sometimes even when you try to clamp down on some of these people who trade in false news on freedom of speech. There's people who are involved in cyber bullying and all those things. But certainly, you have a police service, a national security system that is well equipped to deal with cyber fraud and all these kinds of criminalities. We need a web space. Don't kid yourself at all. They are really competent. If they want to get you, they would get you. So there are rules in place, but sometimes they will always have to weigh the amount of time and resources invested in chasing the person who is spreading false news as to how beneficial it will be. Some definitely will be not. So depending on the magnitude, actions will be taken. And when they take action, they can certainly locate you. Even all the sites that you go to, just be sure that you're completely naked in this instance. All of this can be traced. So within the cyber security space, there's a lot that is happening. Then the Honorable Raja Agboli, you asked whether there was an agreement that after a certain number of years, whether the British Togoland was supposed to revert back to where they came from. So in 1884, the protectorate was under German rule. Then after the Germans were defeated in the Second World War, by 1945, the British took over half, that is the British Togoland, the part that joined Volta region, so some part of the northern region. Then you have the French Togoland. They joined Togo eventually. In 1956, there was a plebiscite. We were supposed to decide as a people where we wanted to be, whether we were going to join Ghana as part of the independent state. By 58% of votes cast, we decided that we would join Ghana. To the best of my knowledge, I have not cited any particular document that said that the decision should be reviewed in 50 years, in 100 years. I have not cited that particular document, any such document, but I am aware that it is one of the debates of the Homeland Study, the group that appears to be wanting this successionist idea. I can say from my own personal experience everywhere I go that the people are still very comfortable with where they are. We are one state, the sovereign republic of Ghana. And I don't think that at this point anybody is interested in any of these secessionist ideas. That is why most of the time it is faceless people you find behind the secessionist groups. If it was popular, that you would have their leaders being heroes within our communities. But all of them are people who are either faceless or have been ostracized by our community. That tells you that we are above any such secessionist ideas. We continue to remain one state, one republic. I cannot leave without talking about physical health. Oxford, the farmer, has talked so much about farming. Give me 1 minute to also talk about health. That we can only accomplish our goals if we are in very good physical health. And we have a responsibility to ourselves to remain healthy. Nowadays, we've been able to deal with a lot of the infectious diseases. Diseases like malaria, typhoid, fever, TB, HIV, AIDS. The the death rates, the number of people who die from these diseases, gradually declining. We still have a lot of work to do there. But what is now on the ascendancy is diseases that we group as non-communicable diseases. So we are talking about diseases like hypertension, diabetes, the cancers, prostate cancer, cervical cancer, breast cancer. These diseases are either becoming more prevalent or more common amongst even youthful populations. And we usually say that they are lifestyle diseases. So how you lead your life will determine whether you will die from these, or you will get these diseases, or you will die from its complications. So we want to, Mr. Speaker, through you, implore the House to continue to take very good care of themselves. We know what to do to avoid some of these diseases. Good physical exercise is important. Avoiding smoking, avoiding drinking, or at least irresponsible drinking. Would help. If you can even avoid it, all the better. If you can't, be responsible about it. Do your checks, health checkups, as frequently as you can. Youthful person at either year, you should be able to tell me what your blood pressure is, because 30-year-olds have collapsed and died suddenly because of severe hemorrhagic strokes. They collapsed, the blood vessels in the head erupted because their blood pressures were so high, they were not aware. People have slipped into coma and died because their sugar levels were up the roof. If you check, you'll be able to know. We've had young people, women, who died from breast cancer, 30-year-olds. They could avoid this by examining self-breast examination, doing a pap smear, looking at your cervix. The cervix is the opening of the womb, looking at it periodically so that if there are changes, you pick it up as early as possible. Advocating for vaccines like human papilloma vaccines, which would help reduce the incidence of cervical cancer. All these are opportunities that we as young people could carry or take on. We could take these opportunities to improve the health of not only ourselves, but of all other young people. Let us be the light that we want to see within this country. Honorable members, kindly take good care of yourselves. You have to be able to live long, to be able to accomplish God's purpose for you on this earth. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Farmer Agboli and Dr. Djokoto. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of the commencement of their speeches. We'll move quickly to the commencement of debate, and the debate will only be 30 minutes, because right after the debate, our guests will just take some few pictures with Niger, and then they can equally see to important businesses. Before we move on with the committee report, so the debate will only be 30 minutes. So now, members, as you know, today's motion is very simple. 67 years of parliamentary, 67 years of independence from colonial rule, the journey this far. So basically, we are all for the motion, but I think the leaders will clarify. Should I clarify? Yes, so minority will be focused on the flaws our leaders have made, leading to more of a delayed journey. but majority will thumbs up the achievements and more congratulating our journey this far. That if not for these achievements that we have achieved, we wouldn't have gotten the thus far. So let us know the context of the caucus arguments that we made. Okay, I want you to take note of that. So the debate will now start. I will invite the available leader at the majority side to move the motion for the House to debate, and then the minority leader will second, and now the House will now debate the motion. So available leader at the majority side, or acting majority leader, kindly move the motion for the House to debate on today's motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The name Robert Fiamu, MP for the Local People of Kratis constituency. Yes, so I rise on my feet. First of all, I will thank our guest speakers so much for such a beautiful education. Yes. So, the 67 years of independence.
We have to just move the motion. We are not starting the debate. Yes. So just move the motion without preambles. So right after the motion is moved and seconded and it's now for debate, then you can now make your preliminary comments on the motion. So just move the motion for debate now.
But I need saying that the motion form is not bad.
Honorable, I have directed that you move the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And therefore, Robert Fiamu, acting as the majority leader, the House, rise on my feet to move the motion for the debate to start. Thank you.
Honorable, you made it more of a continuous future sentence. You have to move. I rise to move the motion, or I hereby move that this House debate. Not I am rising to try and move the motion. Please put it in a good context.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. So I move the motion for the debate to start.
Thank you very much. Second, minority leader.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm Hubert Agboli. I second the motion for today's sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the debate of the House. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Acting Majority Leader, your preliminary comments.
Okay, Majority Leader, your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Yes, Robert Fiamu is my name. He represents the local people of Kratis constituency. As the motion goes, 67 years of independence from colonial rule, the journey was far. Right Honourable Speaker, I would say that yes, it's a journey worth far, because as the saying goes, a child or a baby must crawl before he stands. So, in as much as we may not, a baby will not just be born and then he started running. We will say that we are actually on a journey, and then the journey is a world far. So, we, the majority of this House, we the majority, and that's what I'm saying. We the majority majority of this house or the majority caucus rise to debate for the motion or for some of the achievements that we have achieved over the years. Therefore, my people or honorable members of at the right hand of the house, this is the motion, and we are actually for the motion. We are going to state some of the achievement that we've achieved so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again to speak. Mr. Speaker, yes, 67 years of independence from our colonial masters or colonial rule. It's actually a journey worth celebrating, but it could have been more better. One, where the resources that we have at our disposal, we've seen several times that the concession has been given to foreigners, very big, where a meager percentage is being given to what the state, whilst the foreigners take what? The greatest part of what? The percentage, where we receive what? A little money. It could have been better, where what? Government enter into what? A concrete agreement where we what? Have a share, a greater share of our own resources to develop this country. When you look at what? Country like Singapore, you all know where we all started from. But we cannot what? Compare ourselves to the likes of what? Singapore and even Rwanda. Mr. Speaker, one gentleman of this land once said, if it's about what? Borrowing money to rule what? The state, even the youngest child can go and what? Borrow money. And what? Run the affairs of this state. We are what? We can be more better when what? We resist from what? The over-reliance of what? On what? Foreign aid. You see that what? Government knows. One man also stated that what? We are a proud nation. You will not go to the what? The IMF. Years back or years later. What are we seeing? And where are we currently? Are we not what? At the IMF? We could have do more better if we what? We use our taxes judiciously. Locate what? Bestow what? Misapplication of what? Funds spent for what? Projects. Mr. Speaker, the most simplest one that we can what? All see before us what? It's our educational facilities. You go to what? Schools, basic schools that what? They don't even have desks to sit and study. It's actually a journey, but it would have been what? More better if what? We are able to what? Focus on what? These various what? Centers like education where students have to rely on their ability to learn after what? 67 years. I think somebody what? If somebody is born then by now he should be on retirement. After retirement, we are still what? Relying on our ability to learn. Mr. Speaker, once again, when you look at what the Volta region, I can hardly see what factories that what are meant to what process or what employ what youth. That's what can what create a lot of employment what to the citizenry. It's a genuine what, but what these basic amenities we are lacking behind. Mr. Speaker, we are the minority side what vividly what stand what by saying that what it's a journey, but what our leaders have to what take responsibility for what keep this government go successive what government normally say that what we are the best, we will do it more. But when the mantle of leadership has been what handed to them, citizens always complain about unemployment. Currently, a survey by what the Ghana Statistical Service state that what unemployment is at the rate of what 14.7%. Unemployment is on the rise. So it's actually a journey, but it can be what more celebrated. if what these simple what things that we need as what citizens of what this great nation are all in place. When we talk about the issue of what transportation, we all know the issue of what transportation in this country, where government procures what a bus for what easy transportation. There are yellow bus. Where is it now? It has been left under the mercy of the weather. And government goes and then procure what similar buses, and then what those ones are being left. They are doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that if these key things are not what being paid attention to, I think it's a journey where it's not worth celebrating. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to that. Thank you very much. So that is the opening statement from both sides. So, honorable members, the floor is now open. The floor is now open. Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the guest house. I go by the name of Macbeth, Youth and People Southern constituency. That was a great message from the minority leader. Yes, 67 years of independence journey, well to all. Yeah, there are flaws in the economy as we all can see. But as they are pushing out the flaws, some things as we citizens and leaders are not doing faster the developmental plans in Europe. Now, when we did a look at our leadership mindset, the leaders we have, their mindset towards leadership is what is costing us a lot. A leader comes, he might tell you this and this is what you will do, but at the end of the day, he comes to do it differently. Yeah, we all compare to the fact that it happens. The person tells you just to give you words for you to make you vote or push him into power. He comes and do differently. So our leadership mindset. There are also policies. Our policies that we put up. There are policies that we put up at some particular times that shouldn't be at that particular time. You can put our policy in conclusion. Our policies should be taking a separate look. When you put up a long-term policy, you should know how it should affect us going forward. And we also look at lack of consistent planning. When one party plans or one government plans for, instead of the incoming government to continue whatever plans they have, they also go on to do their new plans, which is distorting our success. So in conclusion, I would say we as citizens are also doing the wrong. So we should put out the right measures in place to push out our nation. Thank you.
Honorable Usman Adamia. Thank you very much for speaking for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I can't deny the fact that Ghana's 67 years of independence from colonial have been a journey filled with significant milestones. But, Mr. Speaker, after 67 years, what do we have to show? We are still suffering with economic instability. After 67 years, there is no better fiscal policies for the country. After 67 years, there is no national development plan. After 67 years, we are giving bondholders haircuts. Let's see that. After 67 years, we are still experiencing power outage. Let's see that. After 67 years, still our political landscape is still unstable. So what are we celebrating as a country? There is still tribalism and ethnic tension after 67 years in the country. Yes, what are we celebrating? Look at what is happening at the northern part. Every day we hear Boku wars and issues of national security and everything after 67 years. The Speaker, this should not be something we should continue like. It shouldn't be a challenge. As at 67 years of a country. Another one is after 67 years, still there is corruption. About corruption, no corruption, you can't totally eliminate corruption out of the system. But for Ghana, it's very bad. Very, very bad. And I don't want to dive into it, so let's leave it like that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to say after 67 years, still we are depending on external influence. We are going for foreign aids. You see, if that people that we are going to borrow from, if they don't have good policies, if they don't have good governance, can we go to their offices or can we go to their countries to go and borrow from? It's because of the way they lay good foundation. That's why we can really go to them for assistance. Let's look at this. I want to say, even though you are 67 years, but the journey is not something that we should celebrate. Because there is more to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable. Majority. You can see the majority members are really happy. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly disagree with the minority side with what they are saying. We are a proud nation, and 67 years we can say that we value our achievements. Not to talk of, I would like to let them know that Rome was not built in a day, so it's a gradual process. So they should just keep built and then accept and then value our achievement. I can strongly say that after 67 years, we have peace. When you talk about securities, you can go to the health service and then you'll be given free health care. Not to talk about the gurus, those of them who just came to whole year, they use their whole to support the bypass and just enjoy the road, and they were very safe and they were right. Not to talk about the digital system. Ghana is that when you talk about digitalization now, you can just pick your phone and then just activate any of the insurance that you want to activate, and then you are free to go. So 67 years, I say we have valued our achievement, and we are a proud nation and proud Ghanaians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a massive submission. Honorable Believe I can see the minority people are also eager to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Believe I'm very happy for the minority side. It seems that they are trying to defend us, but they don't know how to say this. And my good friend was talking about good rules in Volta. Let me just stay by him for a while. Look at the road leading to a border town, where business actually runs in the Volta region. It's not good. Then we are talking about somebody. So Mr. Speaker, and he's also saying that we are under construction or we are under progress. We are 67 years. In Ghana is a human being, by the way. But let me say, if you cannot should be a human being, but this Ghana should be in retirement. At a retirement age, what can you do? At a retirement age, you are still working. And we are saying that 67 years going, we are still in progress. Some countries are there, their lands are not being fertile to grow food for themselves, but artificially they are growing food for themselves. As Mr. Farmer was saying,
Volta region is in Ghana. So therefore, Ghana will have a fertile soil to need to plant for ourselves. But most of the things are being imported. Common matches outside. And we are saying that we are still 7 years. We are still already in a retirement age. I'm very sorry to speak that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, it is quite a pity and very fallacious for the minority side to be saying that we don't have good rules. It's a pity. We are talking about 67 years from then. At then when there is no independence, are there rules, even like rules that are well tapped? But we have more rules that are well tapped now. And that is what we are talking about, and that is what we are celebrating. We have ports, we have stadiums, we have best secondary schools, we have best universities in Ghana now. And even in the whole West Africa, we have the best universities, we have the best secondary schools, we have the best stadiums, we have the best airports, and that is what we are celebrating. Mr. Speaker, when we come to political aspect of this thing, over now we are having political stability, and that is why we have a stable political system. Now when we have fair and free election, there is no coup d'etat, there is no pain on the leg, pain on the head anymore. And these are worth celebrating, Mr. Speaker. When we go to the economic improvement, first we only talk about production, but now we have services, we have manufacturers, we have machines that can come and plow for you 30 acres, that we have planters working on the farm. So there is some improvement.
In conclusion,
we have to celebrate. When we go to the education sector, more to talk about. When we go to the social improvement infrastructure, we have modern schools, we have IT, logistics, and guidance.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, there are more to celebrate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable, the floor is for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It looks like the debate hasn't ended, but the majority are already continuing the defeat, and we acknowledge that. At least you are doing justice, you are doing patriotic enough. So thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, 67 years of a country at the center of the world with uncountable natural resources and some of the finest brains. In fact, listening to our guests today, I'm again convinced that we have some of the finest brains that the continent and the world can actually Mr. Speaker, simple logic will tell us that a country with as much natural resources that Ghana has, it will only be prudent that we have discussions around having factories and companies that will utilize the already existing abundant resources for growth and development. Not just to extract and export in the raw state, but then to add value to it such that we can use it in our country for development, and even when we have to export, we can export them in higher quality that we can determine the prices. The raw state we are exporting them, believe you me, sometimes we don't even have the power to determine how much they that want to buy should even buy them. They quote figures, and all you can do is to nod our heads and say, thank you, give it to us. Mr. Speaker, our over-reliance on foreign aid facilities has also led to the neglect of building and improving on our local facilities to sustain us in times of emergency. I'm happy we have the doctor in our midst. Let's take a look at our health facilities. It is imperative to note that COVID-19 actually exposed us to a lot of the deficiencies in our health sector. Common personal protective equipment, fundamentals are
in conclusion, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ghana, our motherland, could have done far better than we are experiencing today. but for bad leadership. We have heard from both NPP and NDC, and I'm speaking this way because we are speaking dispassionately the word of political colors and factions. Our leaders have resorted to putting the interest of their political parties ahead of our supreme interest as Ghanaians. Decisions that would have propelled the country and made her great and strong as enshrined in our national anthem have been surrendered to unnecessary partisan politics. Ghana, my beloved country, is free forever, as said by the late Dr.
Honorable member, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll take 2 each from both sides then. We'll end it. So, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised that my good friend from the other side is using COVID as a way to defeat or to make his statement. Mr. Speaker, you and I knew very well and are aware that COVID even caused more damage to the developing countries than even Ghana. So we were even able to manage it better than even America and Ukraine and others. Because when you come to the number of people who died during this COVID season, Ghana has less percentage if you bear witness with me. Yes, and secondly, as a proud nation, we've realized some of the mistakes that we've made and they will improve on. So I'll say that, like Dr. Kwame said, if he's being given the opportunity, he will reduce his size of government. So we are a proud nation, and then we are ready to move on and then do better than what we are now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Elijah. I'll come back to you. Honorable Elijah.
The majority are now voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. I want to talk about education center as my fellow colleague, the majority side spoke about. If modern schools without seats, because in my school right, the fifth block, they block before the right classroom. Some of them, when they are coming back from their house, they take chairs and tables from their house. They take chairs and tables from their house before they come to school. So in Ghana, so modern school without chairs, is that one also development? Talking about road and things. When you are from home here to Orwell, before you reach Orwell, the journey you're supposed to use maybe 30 minutes from home to Orwell, you need to use 3 hours on the road. So that one too, is it an improvement? It's very disgrace that we are 57 years. Yet today, we will be depending on foreign countries. So if they said, if we do not accept LGBTQ+, if you do not accept it, they will not give us money. Because of that, we are not ready to sign the bill. So this one means that from my view, my point of view, we are not yet independent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Robert. I can see you are really hot. The floor is for you. But maybe it's not.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There is no pressure. Right Honorable Speaker, they are confused. You see, we are not there. What we are celebrating is that we've done some and we will do some. Ghana is not there. Ghana is still alive. We are only celebrating our 67 years of independence. And we've done a lot. He is talking about people bringing chairs from the house. One of the days when there is no independence, there were not even chalks to write. There were not even, but right now we have chalks, we have marker box, we have even markers to write on, modernized. That is what we are celebrating, and that is what we are talking about. Right Honorable Speaker, when you come to health sector, the health sector, one of the days, even malaria, we cannot treat it. Order. Right Honorable Speaker, even malaria, we cannot treat it. We use taco and sticks to clean our teeth. But currently, we have We have 5 cleaners to clean our teeth. We can treat HIV nowadays. Malaria cannot kill us again. We can treat big disease. And that is what we are celebrating. When we come to inclusivity, Ghana, we have to celebrate inclusivity. That's why that we are cosmopolitan country. We are able to manage inclusivity. Go to the university, you see more ladies there. Go to the parliament, you see more ladies there. Thank you very much. And according to according to the 2022 Global Peace Index, Ghana is ranked the most peaceful country in West Africa.
Thank you very much.
This is something that we share.
Thank you very much.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parties of this house, when we have a debate, majority and minority leaders, they are supposed to give a close remarks. And we are giving him time to talk before you give. So, thank you very much. Before I end, my good friend right here, I just want to educate him. He said when the COVID came, it really affected development countries like us. I want to tell him that Ghana is also part of the developing countries. Thank you very much for that education. And we are happy that Mr. Farmer is here. As we are talking about good roads, somebody is talking about chalk. Did you get it? Then let's assume Mr. Farmer plant tomatoes. Now we want to transport to Pompe market. Now we market. Thank you. We want to transport tomatoes to Pompe. Look at the road. Before you get there, all the tomatoes open. Has it loose or has it key? So at the end of the day, what we actually want to tackle in a country, we are not doing it. Then somebody from the majority was saying that we have good schools. Those good schools were built by Kwame Nkrumah, and that was after independence or immediate independence. But after that time, what does have we achieved? Mention the good schools in Ghana today were not built those days. So what we are saying is that the current leaders we are having today, when you add all of them, you add the achievement to Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah is really far ahead of them. You are just a single person and a whole army to combine together.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last statement from both leaders. Okay, honorable. Make it snappy. We have just a second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My good friend was speaking about bad roads. He is very aware that there are times that most of these roads are being damaged by citizens. There was a case whereby there was an accident, and the community people decided to create a speed run by digging the road, which ended up damaging the whole road. So I don't think he has a point there anyway. And talking about products, this current government brought a program about educating the youth about how to market their products online by giving them tablets and then how to go about it. Yeah, so we have moved beyond maybe selling your own product within your locality. Just market it online and then do delivery, and then you are getting your money, and then you are here to go. We are in a digital world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Make it snappy for us. Very snappy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all what they are saying, all what they just said, look at our development between the rural and the urban. Mr. Speaker, we can all attest to the fact that they develop the urban areas more than the rural areas. That's why when you go to Accra, people leave their hometowns. Well, they don't even have a place to sleep. The capital is choked. Unemployment there. After 67 years, we cannot have a national plan where we will develop every part of the country so that if I'm from home, I can be in home, get money, get job, get the same opportunity as someone in Accra. After 67 years, we cannot boast of all this, and we are boasting of a matter of job. Just look at it. Baffles me, like I don't understand.
I'm the leader of the house.
And the leader of the house, you are not wrong.
Thank you very much.
Go to Mauku, they are sitting on blocks, and some of them have to bring buckets of blood to sit in classroom. And you are boasting of Maka and Chop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Last statement from majority leader. The next will be the minority leader.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. You see, in as much as what we have, if people don't like it, Ghana likes it. Yeah. And that is what we are celebrating. Nobody will come from anywhere to come and celebrate what we have. We are content with whatever we have. We have 18 meters fiber cable being constructed, linking the four borders of Ghana, which is making trade very easy in Ghana. Right now, Honorable Speaker, we have a lot to celebrate in Ghana, and time will not even permit me to mention all of them. So, right, Honorable Speaker, politically, we are stable after independence. Economically, we are doing diverse. There is diversity when it comes to economy. In our cultural background, which Ghana is not different from. Ghana is unique in Africa. We are unique with our culture. We have all the cosmetic products we produce in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, when we move to the health sector, we have a lot to boast of. Mr. Speaker, one of the days, education is a problem to ladies, and I'm hammering on that again. Go to Parliament, we have 40 women in Parliament now. Go to our university. So even Ghana is able to manage all this ethnicity, all this nepotism. We are doing away with all of these things. And this is worth celebrating. And this is what we are talking about.
Thank you very much, majority leader. I can see you are in the spirit. Thank you very much. Minority leader, the floor is for you.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker. This has been a wonderful day again, and anytime I say the minority caucuses, leadership-less, fatherless, and all the less, you always try to attack me. Mr. Speaker, my honorable member earlier stated that we have free, fair, and transparent election and all the accolades that he added to it.
We are having free education.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, you can all attest to the fact that during the recent election, you can all see what happened at the Techima, where young, vibrant citizens of this country lost their life, and up to now, our what's the name? Human resource lawyer, the lawyer that we have in this country, couldn't even made a statement about it till this. I stand to be corrected over. I have not seen it anywhere. Mr. Speaker, there are so many examples to make pertaining to the elections. Mr. Speaker, when you look at other countries that we all started this journey with, can we compare ourselves? That should be the epitome of our discussion that we are making today. The likes of Tanzania in the year 2022, they've cancelled independence, which was an amount of $445,000 just to make schools available or to improve the infrastructure in the educational sector. Why can't we replicate similar here, where we are talking after
In conclusion,
after Mr. Speaker, after retirement, we are still talking about choke at this age that we are. Mr. Speaker, our leaders, we expect a lot of them to do best. We always see them say a nice policies that we know that this kind of policies will help us achieve what we want to achieve as a nation. But the implementation, which our dog earlier on highlighted on, the implementation is always bad. education is kind of what? Great. But the implementation as it stands now is very what? Very bad. Mr. Speaker, we are the minority side. Mr. Speaker, allow me to land. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are the minority side of the view and what? Even what the Hausa department, which are supposed not to be biased, even agree with me. Madam Finn can attest to the fact that what? We need to what? Do more. Even what the Marshal here can attest to the fact that what? We are where we are is not as what? A country like Ghana where we have what? Enormous resources and what?
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful debate. Yes, I can see the majority people are quiet. Today, why? Okay, so I put a quest. Those who are in favor to say, yeah. Those who are not in favor to say, nay. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the dynamics of this debate or today's debate, no one is actually against the motion.
Yes.
But one key thing that what we have to understand is where we are currently, we could have do better. Everybody will what?
Okay.
We would like the progress of what the country. We are not saying we've not made any improvement, but the pace at which what Ghana is supposed to progress as compared to the lives of Singapore, Rwanda, and the lives that we all started with. And the attitude of Malaysia, yes.
Okay.
So
Thank you very much.
we are all in what? Line with the motion, just that there is a slight variation. The flaws that we are dealing with.
But we still have to hear from the House finally. So those who are in favor to say, okay, Majority Leader, you have something to say.
Thank you very much, brother. So actually, I'm in support of what my minority leader is saying. In as much as we are celebrating what is ours, what we achieved, we know that there are a lot of flaws, there are a lot of faults, there are a lot of because the speed at which we have to move, we are not moving at that speed. Which, when we compare, like he's saying, the comparison he is making is true. But we have to change the narrative. We have to accept what is ours and celebrate what is ours. In as much as we, the majority caucus of the House, are in the same spirit with them. That also not mean that we shouldn't celebrate what is our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the basic submission from the majority leader. So, honorable members, at this juncture, I put the question. Those who are in favor to say aye. Those who are not in favor to say nay. Okay, so therefore, the ayes have it. So the motion has been adopted. Okay, so we will hear a concluding remarks from our guest speakers, starting from Mr. Oxford.
Thank you so much. For the motion, as I will support, we have a lot as a country to sit up and take over. And as a youth, we have a mandate to look at our political and governance and see how our governance is going. Good governance is what we are all praying for, so that I will not be looking for a visa for my children to go to outside and get a good education and a good health care. I would love all my children to be here. At this time now, I'm one particular person who is not using visa to go outside and go to school or do anything else. If I will go, if I'm testing visa, I'm going on because of business trips or tourism. Just want to see a beautiful country somewhere else and come back to my lovely country. Why? This is Ghana that we have, and no matter what money you make, God will say when you are outside, no matter what riches you have, you can make the impact you want to make until it becomes your own. And this is what we need to understand. And in this parliament today, we have just some achievements, but the way forward, what we need to contribute as youth. We have seen the governance from after the independence till now. We see nation about Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania. If you be surprised to hear those countries and sitting in Ghana and feel like they are in forest. Maybe those are the days when they come to the country. South Africa and Kenya came to this country to study our tax system and implement it. And they are doing well. They are not doing the double taxation that we are doing in this country. But these are things that we as the youth, when we have the opportunity, we need to talk about it. Because there is no Ghana anymore. When there is war in Ghana, the next neighboring country is our Djokoto. But you'll be surprised that they are even fighting to come. So why do we go to? So we must change the narrative. We must be ready to speak to the fact. And for me, yes, we have chopped a lot of achievement as a country, but we want good governance. My people, this is not politics. We are talking about good governance for the youth. When we, the youth, will sit back and be happy. If you look at what doctor said, all the things doctor said, sometimes I told my guys, I say, hey, my people, these issues is lifestyle. Lifestyle that we are talking about. Sometimes it's poverty. It's not anything, it's poverty. Because you have to eat on time. They have to eat in the morning. You don't have it. How can you eat? With sometimes you will work throughout the morning. 7 o'clock you get home before you have food to eat. And by the time you eat the bamboo, you have to sleep because you are tired. And all these things, and the stress and the pressure, and the cost coming. God will say, when he is contesting, someone will say, come and pay my school fees. You see what they send the message there? It's like, do it now. Don't go tomorrow. They don't care what stage you are at that particular time. And that is where we find ourselves. Politics is now about money. Who has the money can get to that level. And that is where we are finding ourselves. We, the youth, we must change our mindset, our ideology. Yes, compared to Singapore, I have not been to Singapore before, my brother who have been there. He said it's one of the beautiful countries. And when you get to the country, you will be happy that you are in the country. When you go to Australia, you see they are beautiful countries. But when you come to Ghana, those days, Nigerians are tested to come to Ghana. We only know about Ghana must go. You know that we started Ghana must go before. Those are the benefits. Those times when you come to our beloved country, Ghana. So what are we seeing today? We are all just to go back at the stress, killing the youth. And we, the youth, are dying more. We are dying more than the whole because our stress is so much, our pressure is so much. But if we have the opportunity as a country, as a nation, given to the youth, and the things we have spoken about, a good education, good health center, agricultural transformation system, food resilience and security. If you have all these things, who will be worried? Who will be running away to leave this country for better future? My brother outside called me and told me that if you make $50,000 US a whole year, you are rich enough. And I told him, when I wanted this wrong money in Ghana, I said, that is what I'm telling you. I find it for money. You understand? So we have to change. It must start from now. And that is why the Parliament is here to change, to speak out. And all the debates are true. When we have reached as a country, but these things we are seeing, we should be expecting more than this. Digitalization, yes, is a plus. Now we are happy. When I go to Accra, I don't care. Anytime you call me, I'll tell you, just tell me where you are. I'll try to meet you. And that is it. I'm happy. I'm enjoying it. The system now, if you want to tender for project contract, you go online to do it. If you want to register, yes, these are developing states. But this is not the time to start all these things. Should have been in the process, but now we should be a country that we are able to feed our own children. When you go to our schools, yes, every Ghanaian child must have access to good education, good health care, and that one is compulsory. Yes, we have a problem, but we are praying that inshallah, God will see us through as a country. And our roads, we are praying that God will see us through as a country. But another thing we have to think about is our personal change, ideology. We must change. We must change to our character. We are so. I went to a teaching hospital, Trafalgar, to the extent that they wrote me apology letter. No, it's too bad. This is why we are failing as a country, a whole institution, and they are doing their own things in the system. And these are the same people saying politicians are stealing our money. The corruption is within ourselves. We are more corrupt within ourselves than even the politicians. Because we are leading the affairs of the nation. When the politicians decide for what, we take the offer. And that is where we are finding ourselves in. And we are praying to God to protect us, to sustain our life, and give us more hope, and take us far. So that when we go there, and that is what God said, when we get there, then the impact, the changes that we want to give, we give. And we are praying that there will be a policy, where there will be a plan, a national plan, national agenda, so that no political government will come here and come and mess up and do their own thing. But that we have a focus. There is a plan for roads to be built in a year, for schools to be built in a year, for every activity in terms of health, agriculture, banking, financial sector, in every sector that you find yourself. When there are plans for all those strategic plans for them, and when there are strategic plans, there are agenda for it. And the SWOT analysis or analysis we have to adopt to make sure that it works to the top, we'll do it. We are praying that when we get there, we will all support as a group and move this country. So that when we get to 70 years celebration, we will be so loud and say, this is the Ghana we go to. Thank you.
Yeah, to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Oxford. We take the final one from Doc.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, let me congratulate you for a very healthy debate. And I was very happy with the evening because I could see that these were young, passionate people who were ready to contribute to the socio-economic development of this country by sharing the ideas. And I urge all of you to keep it up. I've already spoken to the motion during the beginning of the parliamentary sitting, so I will not go to labor the point. I believe that I identified with all of the things that my colleague, the speaker, has said, and a lot of which have even emanated from the floor of Parliament this evening. But let me be emphatic to state 67 years after independence. This is not where we are supposed to be as a country. We failed. Failed those who fought for independence for us. At the beginning of independence, it was clear that we were in a class of our own. Ghana, the sovereign state, did not have peers in West Africa, in most parts of Africa. We were the shining star. And same be said today, when you look at our socio-economic development, our human development, with the education, with the health, there's a lot more that we could have done. I admit that progress has been made. Definitely, to stay on this particular trajectory will lead us into slower pace of development. Listening to the economist this morning, they described our leaders over the years who have been profligate, spending sometimes recklessly at the expense of the development of this country. Let's bear that in mind, and let's know that despite the progress, there's still a lot of room for improvement. I, right honorable Speaker, would like to ask of you and the House, members, our honorable members of Parliament, to keep the fire burning, to keep the debate, so that together we can contribute our quota to the development of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jones would like to make a statement. Let's give him the microphone.
Mr. Speaker, actually presiding is the second deputy speaker. But now I am interim. I'm Jones Amegashie-Viglo once again. I want to, on behalf of the entire House, humbly and respectfully thank our two guest speakers, former Agboli, who promised and he has fulfilled his promise. He promised to be with us, as you know, it's a very busy man, but still has made time. And to confess to you, he has 2 meetings to join as of now. He's supposed to be participating in 2 meetings, one virtual, one physical, but has sacrificed all those to be with us. That is the significance of the love and appreciation and value he has given to this house. You are part. And I want to say thank you to you for the knowledge you have shared. As a matter of fact, the knowledge you have given us is more than any money you will give us. In this house, we cherish knowledge over money. Us already, we don't even promote monetization. That is why we don't exploit our guests. Now they have our shots. No member of this house will chase you to give us, to give us money. Because that is something we want to stop as the house. And we cannot be seen promoting that. So we value the knowledge and experience you share with us. Today I've learned a lot of things from you. I want to say a very big thank you to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Oxford, for coming to share your knowledge with this house. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And also, Mr. Speaker, please another. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget my own boss, Dr. Senanu, Kwesi, Djokoto. He knows that him and I share a particular name. Yes, we are all Senanus, and due to that, since the one that has been encouraging me to follow his footsteps. And indeed, he has equally laid the foundations. And may I say that today as well, I've learned a lot of things. And if you also don't know, he equally has a very busy schedule. The last time I went to Accra with him, and the way the calls are coming, and then I said, hey, would you really come to our city today? Yes, but regardless, he has made time. I'm very sure he has cancelled some meetings or some engagements he should have had, but he's still here. And that is also evidence of the value and premium he has placed on Youth Impact Parliament. So we say thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to say again, we are not interested in exploiting our guests. What we want is your knowledge and your wisdom. And today I've learned a lot of things from you. And to be frank, today you have just taught us the message before the Bible. I'm sure there are some members here who never knew. Gaggisburg at the social studies you learned it, but I have forgotten. Today God has taught you again. Yes, a medical doctor has taught you again. You are a socialist. Without a script, yes. Also, guys, don't let me reading it too. Or it's because he's a revolutionist. So, and we want to say thank you to you. Thank you so much for doing yourself. And we are really grateful. And for all that you have shared with us, we will keep it very dear to our hearts. And we believe that any change that is to start must start from here. Youth Impact Parliament is not just to start from change. We are very, very scared of the future. A future that will be dominated by organization. The youth are actually scared because at every point in time, the prices of goods are rising. Yes, and it means monetization also rise. If today they are spending 50,000, in the next 10 years it will be 500,000. Come on! You don't even know where you're going to find that money. But we still believe that a change can be made and it starts from here. So if Parliament is for change, we are going to do it. So on this note, I want to thank our guest speakers very much. So honorable members, right after this, I'll take a picture with our guest with our member, because when you and I went outside to take a picture, he couldn't join us. So today he deserves a private shot with our guest, and we'll do that. And right after that, I'll escort our guest out. But honorable members, after this ongoing, business of the house will continue, which is the committee report. So we'll take it quickly, and then we'll adjourn the house. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. As been said already, let's go to order 9.
Item 8.
Item 8, sorry. Item 8. Questions, statements, and petitions. If you have any questions, sorry. Honorable Bidi Bagoso. The microphone. Oh, proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Bidi Bagoso. I have something to say. And what I actually want to say, if a leader in this house, he will absent himself, we should communicate it to the speaker early, so that in terms of debates, we choose somebody before time. It's not the person who appeared right here, then said, you'll be acting as a minority leader. I know that you are creating a lot of confusion in the mind of the person. Please. And it's to affect because you are on camera. You get it. And also, one of our front benches over here. It's only one person that will stand. Everybody has to stand. And in communication, when you are talking and you are walking away, distracted. But let's maybe ignore that communication. Sorry to say that.
Thank you very much.
So please, let's welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, the acting majority leader of the House. Yes, it's true, and thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that. I have been in that show now, and the confusion going on. I can attest to that, and it is very bad. I will say that right now, I am so enthusiastic and poised to take on challenges that I've run away from. And I believe so much that the majority side of the House is also encouraged. And we are so very grateful for our guest speakers being invited by our Speaker of Parliament. That's the statement I want to make. We can proceed with business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Robert. So let's move to order 9. Item 9. Sorry. Item 9. So report on directive to some selected committee. So we start with Committee on Chieftaincy and Religion. Are they around? Are they around? Okay. Okay. They are not around. So let's move to Committee on Employment and Labor. Committee on Employment and Labor. They are also not around, right?
Mr. Speaker, so we have jumped from democratic government. Check our I'm using different.
Okay.
I'm going back to one by
There's it has said that there's some changes here. So we actually get it. Yeah, you actually get it. So let's move to Committee on Energy and Petroleum. We are not here. Let's move to Committee on Standard and Cost of Living. We are not here. Committee on Technological Development. We are not here. Committee on Defense and National Security. Committee on Defense and National Security. We are also not here. Committee on Democratic Governance. Committee on Democratic Governance. Let's move to Committee on Environmental Protection. Environmental Protection. We are also not here. Food and Agriculture. Food and Agriculture. Let's move to Committee on Gender and Children. Committee on Gender and Children. They are also not here. Let's move to Judicial Affairs. Judicial Affairs. Okay, so let's give him the microphone. Judicial Affairs. So is it that they are not aware of what? Almost about 9 committees are not present. This is very bad.
This is where you give committee check to hold on.
This is very bad.
I said this several times. Those ones.
Okay, so Honorable Bless, you want to say something? Okay, so Honorable Robert, you may proceed.
You have 2 minutes more. Stop writing. 3 minutes more. Cool. No. They are talking. They will sit down.
We are still waiting for you.
Amen. Come on, John. Yes, because they have 2 minutes more. The level is this. Delaying us.
You brought the laptop to Parliament. Don't worry.
Just speaker, we can summarize.
Honorable Robert. Yes.
They should summarize.
I think the laptop is good control. Let's make it snappy. There we go. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. So my name is Robert Hill. An MP for the lovely people, Kwesi constituency. I'm also a chairperson on the Committee on Judicial Affairs. And I'm here to present a report
on the directive of the Speaker on the judicial systems, the functions of the judges and the magistrates in the judiciary sector. Yes. First of all, the judicial system differs from country to country, depending on how they go with their selection of chief justice or justices. So, like when we take a country like India and Canada, their selection is based on the Prime Minister, and when we come to Ghana, ours is based on the selection from the executive arm of government, that is the president, and also it is being appointed at times too by the Judicial Council, and also being vetted by the Parliament of Ghana. That is how our chief justice or justices are being appointed. Yes, so I am summarizing everything.
Okay.
Just one. Oh, it's a photo.
Okay.
So the judicial system in Ghana, the judicial system is based on English common law and customary law with a hierarchical structure of courts. The system is divided into two broad divisions, namely the Superior Court of Judicature and then the Lower Court and Tribunals. The following are the breakdowns in ascending order. The Superior Court, consisting of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the High Court, and the Regional Tribunal, which is the creature of the Constitution. While the Lower Court includes the Circuit Court, the District Court, the Juvenile Court, which is the Judicial Committee of the National House of Chiefs, and then the Judicial Committee of the National House of Chiefs, and then etc. The Traditional Council, which are the creatures of the Court Acts and deal with civil matters and juvenile offences. The High Court, this court deals with more serious criminal cases and major civil cases. It also has the jurisdiction over courts, the jurisdiction over the court in the country. Now we have the Court of Appeal. This court hears appeals from the High Court and certain specialized tribunals. It is the second highest court in the country. We have the Supreme Court as the highest court in Ghana. The Supreme Court has appellate jurisdictions over all other courts and is the final authority on legal matters. It also has an original jurisdiction in cases involving interpretation of the Constitution. Then we have the judges and magistrates in Ghana, which are being appointed by the President of Ghana, acting on the advice of the Judicial Council and with the approval of Parliament. The Judicial Council is responsible for recommending qualified candidates for appointment, ensuring that they have the necessary legal qualification, experience, and integrity to serve effectively. The appointment process is made to uphold the independence and impartiality of the judiciary. Yes. So before you can become a judge in Ghana, as a lawyer, you have to practice law for 10 years, and then you will be qualified to become a judge. Now, there are differences between a judge, a lawyer, or a justice. People don't know those differences. And the chief justice. So I am coming and educate the house of the judicial system. We have to do the judicial system in Ghana.
Conclusion.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson for Judicial Affairs. That's a massive report. We move to Committee on Land and Natural Resources. Land and Natural Resources. They are also absent, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Legislative Affairs. Legislative Affairs. Or they are outside?
They are not here. Proceed. They are not in the chamber.
Okay, we move to Local Government.
Are they in the chamber?
Committee on Local Government.
They are not in the chamber. No,
Committee on Local Government. We move to Trade and Industry.
Okay.
Okay, so come in. Please, someone should kindly call those outside to come in.
Please, we are in the chamber. Let's do it. You are the officer. Hey, wow.
take the microphone away.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I respond to the Examining Manual of Laws. MP for Agboli Manual, and the chairperson on the for the committee. Mr. Speaker, trade and industry are key drivers of economic development and industrial development, entrepreneurship, and small and medium-sized enterprises. Here are simplified key points on the our assessment report on the trade and industry. First, we have industrial development. For this, sustainable practices are gaining importance with a focus on environmental friendly production. Although trade disruptions can pose challenges, global value chain have facilitated industrial growth. Again, entrepreneurship. Technological innovation has lowered barriers to entry, enabling entrepreneurs to launch businesses at reduced cost. Addressing social and environmental challenges has therefore improved and gained prominence in the group for the group of So, lastly, we have a small and medium-sized enterprises. So, for this, I think efforts are being made to improve access to capital, simplify regulations, and provide business support services. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, technological advancements, supportive ecosystem, and initiatives to address challenges are important for their development and growth.
Thank you very much. A year for that.
Yeah.
Honorable members, I think we are done.
Sit well.
Please, those outside should come in.
Please, we are in a chamber.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker will take the chair before we go. So someone should call them so that we are really happy for. Okay, don't worry. Thank you for your time. It wasn't easy, but we are able to go through. I know you equally have important things to do, but
And we were able to defeat them.
you came here. Are you sure you defeated them? Are you sure?
Mr. Speaker, we are actually having a free room.
Maybe the minority leader is also
I still want to contribute to this matter.
Okay.
First, I didn't say it in the mic. Please give me a camera. So I want to say it in your camera.
Okay.
I've been saying this thing since day one. These things we are doing over here is something that we are voluntarily doing ourselves. Some years back, when I came to the ATU, almost about 6 years ago, I contested for SRC position. And I lost. You get it. But after losing, things that I got out of it was I benefited more than those who didn't get it. So I'm just saying what we are doing over here. It's voluntary. So I told Mr. Speaker so right now that listen, if you give one person and 5 committees something to check, with that person's agreement, give to the person. Imagine we are here and there are about 10 or something. It's only one person now is here to give a report. Only 2 people. Then when I say yes at the right time, the speaker will say, oh, we'll put them. He said by was it February or so much? You didn't get it. Then what you see? February is far on. But you are still having people. Me, I don't like the racism. Yes. Now, it's just that I will tell you, I don't like the racism. If I don't like it, if I say this, you know, you know it. So please, let's rearrange our thoughts. You didn't get it. And I said that earlier on, because I realized that majority acting was struggling. Then we have a camera in front of him. Then he's now organizing himself. How he didn't get it. It happened to me before I acted as a minority leader. Then myself, Charlie, I was in the hospital, which is no good. If you know you're a leader, you can't make it. Tell Mr. Speaker, then maybe 2 days before time, yes. Then the Speaker asks, oh, majority side, who are those that will be available? Then maybe if you realize that those will be available, Fiamu is capable. Then you tell the Charlie, this day you act like that. But not that you come here and accidentally, you have no plan. It's a disgrace. Then maybe somebody will be somewhere and say, you the last time said you were acting as a minority, that's a pretty talk. No, it's not like that. Standing in front of people, if you see camera to talk, it's not easy. Holding mic to talk is not even easy. Did you get it? So please, talk to your boss. Did you get it? It's not the best. Let's also, don't take a shower because there's more time, nobody has come.
Actually, we didn't plan trashing some MPs out, but just that we are not getting the time. I'm the chairperson for the privilege agenda for us to fish out those Roman MPs who are not coming to sit in.
It's not every day we should have
yes.
Guest speakers.
Guest
so we
speakers.
can have more kind of debates. Sometimes we should start this kind of petition meetings.
Okay. So thank you very much. Honorable Manglesi, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in our guest house. Adding on to what Honorable Bill said, it's high time we change our attitude. It's something we sign up for, nobody forced us, or nobody put it as a pressure on us to sign up. We voluntarily signed up for it, so let's put up the tax for it. Some people, sorry to say, might see maybe you're not active doing that, so I'm sorry to say that. But it's not that we don't have anything to do. As I'm here right now, I equally have something. Past week was very, today at least I have to rest and have the class at 3:7 tomorrow. But I'm still here just to deliver whatever I've signed up for. So I think an official communique will be sent to the whole house that our attendance for proceedings is very bad. And we should work massively towards that because it's not helping us at all. It makes us struggle when we come here solely for debate and other stuff because we don't have the numbers, so we struggle to do some things which at the end of the day is not appropriate, but we just manage because the numbers are not there. So that's my submission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much. MP for Krati's constituency. Yes, to all that my honorable members are saying is true. It's very true. When you look at the number of MPs that
the speaker to take the chair.
The number of MPs that we are having, and if you look at the number of reports that are supposed to be read today, and the number of chairpersons that are not around, in fact, if at least members will not be present, at least you being given the nod as the chairperson of the committee, and today you are supposed to come and read a report, and you are still absent, Mr. Speaker. I think there should be something to this. If not a penalty, punishment, or whatever that must be allocated to this offense, it should come because it's very appalling. As a leader of a committee, at least, even if you will not be present, assign somebody from your committee to come and do that for you. It's not like some of us are so free, some of us are so comfortable, that is why we come and spend most of our time here and go back. Like what honorable members have said, we all know what is in there before we sign up for. So have to make sure, in as much as your schedules or how busy you be, we turn up for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we were not here before we actually read the report. Only 2 of us are present to read our report today.
How will you have yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Agoso. Thank you for attention. Mr. Speaker, I have been on this matter since day one, and I'll say it again that I said that a lot of people give them conviction. You don't come from this. Then we are hearing they are delegating. So, in my view, your ruling earlier was that 3 cities, then we take it out. But I believe that a lot of those people have fulfilled that 3 cities, and they are still over there. And fine, if you really pay them, you should take leadership position for them. Me, I will mention them because if he has my example sick, he's my good friend, my cousin, everyone, Erika. He is a busy man. The day you need, he will not be here. He gets it. Even lectures, he hasn't come, he's busy, and understand. So I am pleading, look at those people. It's not compulsory that you should give, if you give 1%, 5 committees, which is available, give to you. Because we don't actually work like a normal, what happened in Parliament, whereby you must go, we don't do like that. You only see us here every report. So if honorable is available, we can give you, if I give you. One that a leader is at home, and members also go. I'm a member of a particular committee. I am here. My members are home. So please, we want to be a serious group. Let's be serious. And we keep on blaming our politicians in Parliament that this is how you do. And we started. You've not reached anywhere. You've not reached assembly mind. Look how you are doing. So please, my view is that let's take a chairperson from them, give to other people. So
Thank you very much. Now, members, any other comments and sanctions to be given? Let me hear the minority leader first.
All right, thank you very much, Right General Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I side with my honorable member because there are a number of youth MPs that we can mention here that even the inaugural sitting, they came for the inaugural sitting, couldn't wait till we end that sitting. Look at the dignitaries that we have today. Can we say we are more busy than them? Looking at the work loaded at their disposal, the work that they are supposed to do. I have always been talking about this attitude of absenteeism and presenteeism. We all came, we saw how the majority came in their numbers today. But even our guests were seated there, we saw them all going out. How busy are we to the extent that looking at somebody like Dr. Djokoto, somebody like Farmer Oxford, they all have serious business to do, but they always divide the odds saying, what? Be here with us. Look at some 2 meetings that we had that Honorable Beja stayed here from the beginning of the meeting. Even though he's having a lot, a caucus leader, the whole Volta regional caucus leader, also having different portfolios. But he was here with us until the end. We as youth leaders, I don't know the magnitude of meetings or what, programs that we're having to the extent that we can't even sit here just to spend these few hours. Somebody like Lovia Tete, youth MP are forgotten the constituency. But I don't know whether she has actually came for. She was present at the inaugural sitting. I stand to be corrected because I have not seen her. And a number of youth MPs that we can all use as an example. let what you make use of what the available people here at our disposal. If those people are not available, you know that Honorable Donovan Magbes, even though he's the chairperson for Petitions Committee, but he's always here. You should add one chairperson to motivate him to come more. You should add with him Honorable Acting Majority Leader. He's always here with us. A lot of people here, I'm not sure everybody here is having a chairperson position. We can give them some of them the positions. They can handle it. That's what they are here. So I don't think why we should still give them the position whilst they are minding their own businesses, whilst we are here transacting business on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time we do something about this. Thank you.
I'll hear the last opinion from Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was your MP for Kwesi constituency, acting as the leader of the House. It's something that we've been talking about actions and the problems, which is, I don't know, our other people are standing on that. This is still clearing, I think, is it 32 or something like that? If I'm not mistaken, the other people, I will put still clearing that somebody, the standing orders, still clearing that if the person is sitting for 3 times, it should be figured out, or that's what is still clearing there. But at times, people even miss it. We are in the second session, the third sitting of the second session. The first session, we have almost about 10 since the run of this week. And this is the second session, 3. And I can state 5 names here right now. Which, after the inaugural sitting, they've not been here, they've not been coming to Parliamentary today. I will not even say they've missed 3 or 5 cities. More than 5. Yes, more than 5. But we are still pampering. And you know what pays you the most is when the certificate comes out. They are the first people to be posting it on their statuses. They are the first people to be enjoying the pride that comes with the certificate. But we, those who have been killing ourselves, even we are not celebrating like them. And our certificate is not even heavier. Their own is even more heavy because they are celebrating it with pride. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know what kind of punishment or sanctions to be meted out to these people. I don't know even if we put them out. I don't know whether we should start there, I don't know. But we should find something serious to do. Either we taking their certificate will not even be enough, but something that will pay them. And that's what I want to say. At least we should be gingered at least. You see what? Where could be better than being in this place? Where? My side of where could be better than sitting here and absorbing all those wisdoms and knowledge being imparted? Where could be better? Is it with your girlfriend or what? Because we are all having them. Where is about girlfriend, boyfriend, where is about business? Some of us are multi-tackling businessmen and women sitting down here. And we left all those agendas and we are here. That's not what we can. Meaning we attach seriousness to whatever is going on here. I like the business going on here. I don't know how to talk in public, but over the years now, I can even stand in front of 10,000 people. It's the best place to be. It's the best place to be alone. So right now, we can find something more heavy. And I don't know, the house. Let's find something.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we have done this before. You know, in the second parliament, we voted around 50, 60 people. And that was enough precedence to show. To be honest with you, the people that were appointed on every show and will be present. Then all of a sudden, they don't appear again. Then when they know they are once imputed, then they come, and then they are all saved from that. So as a matter of fact, for me, the house will be dissolved soon in August. One thing that I want to prove is security. By May, we will open nominations for the fourth parliament. By August, this house will be dissolved, and then we end the closure. The lesson I want to learn is that we don't want to appoint anyone who will be absent. When it comes to being absent, majority of the people, a few of them, it is number one because of transportation. Number two, it is because of some emergencies. But they have the will and they are interested. That's the issue. Even Honorable Senanu, we questioned him the second time whether or not we should reappoint him. He said he'd be present, he'd be present, he'd be present. We honestly wanted to change him. So that is why, in doing so, we demoted him. But look, the people will tell you to be present. You rely on them, but you don't see them. So, honestly, as time goes on, me, I'll stop calling MPs to come for cities. If the person means business, you will hear. You don't need to sanction the person or, tie a rope on him. If he knows what he's going to get from here, he will come. And those of you who are here, you know what you're going to get over here. There are eyes on us. So if you cannot read this opportunity, then I beg to people, you don't mean business. We are not here because we don't have anything to do. To be frank with you, my weekend was so stressful. Yesterday, I taught 4 hours, then went to a meeting at Nats Hall, then came to JCR, then went to rehearsal and went home at 8 o'clock. Waking up today was so much of a dance situation to me. Today, instead of my brother is not around, I had to do a dropping arrangement to come here 6:30 and set up the place before going to church in Kaluba. When my daughter did that, I realized that I was tired. But why am I still here? Because of the grind, because of the land, because you know that our efforts are not in vain. So if someone has no value, you can move them out, do whatever, they don't mind you. They don't mind you. So for me, the function I want us to do is let's find them. If we find them until they pay that fine, they will not enjoy what is defeating them. It is more stricter and more beneficial to the house than putting them out. Let's find them. Thank you very much.
I want to make a proposition.
Yes.
Then, Mr. Speaker, even say what I wanted to say with what you are saying is that the leaves self, you are not paying. If you are going to find it, you will not pay. So what I am of view is that we are not sacking you. We are telling you that your constituency has been put out. Your constituency has been put out.
So if you want to do it as, you can be an observer, come and be an observer. And if other people come to us, let us not be hurrying and create constituency for them. Let them be an observer with us. For some time, they will see their commitments. Yes, because I hate to see a lot of things down and on paper, and practically, you're not doing it. You get it. So if they come like that, we can make them as observer. When you close debating like this, you can, with your authority, you can give them a chance to contribute. So when we see their seriousness, then we promote them. I think so. Other than that, new people, they keep on coming and they are disappointing us. We are the same old way. So please, that's my view. Probably we can say, instead of saying that we are sacking you or something, that your constituency has been put out.
if you come, you are coming in as an observer. You arrange it for students and observer. So that person will say, if they want to find a person, truth to be told, then you will not be. Let's say, what do I get? And the name will be, thank you very much.
Honorable Elijah.
Thank you very much. It's more importantly to add up to what my honorable member said. I'm sure we are not requesting for these reports just for requesting sake, or people just come and stand and present just for nothing. What Youth Impact Parliament is doing and the kind of recognition Youth Impact Parliament is getting, I'm sure that if we are able to make known some of these reports that are coming in from the House to some strategic offices, even in and out of the region, when we even take them to some of the committees are ministry directed or ministry specific, right? So if we can even send some of these reports to the various ministries, it gives them an opportunity to also get to understand and know what the youth think of what they are doing. You get it? So we need the reports. It's not just that, for example, you have read all the committees that didn't come today, and we have approved of the two that you read today. What becomes of the others? Does it mean we are going to do away with we need the documents for, this is a house of records. We need to document the reports. And to further advance what we are doing here, we also can present those papers to higher offices, you get it, such that they will also appreciate some of the things we are doing here. I believe that we coming to sit here is not just to talk and not go anywhere. And I really appreciate what Youth Impact Parliament is doing. Mr. Speaker is here. I am speaking on this premise because Mr. Speaker knows the other things that someone like me I do. I really wish that if the United Nations Youth Association Ghana's Youth Parliament is doing this, I would have been very, very happy. We are going through some stages. I am the National Youth Coordinator for UNY, and I am directly the one supervising we call it Youth Government Initiative, both executive, legislature, and judiciary. You get it? We, even that are at the national level, believe you me, what Youth Impact Parliament is doing here, we even that we say we are at the national level, we are not doing this yet. Do you get it? So if someone somewhere thinks that he doesn't see the essence or putting significance to what we are doing here, I believe it is better we do with the serious people like my honorable members are saying, so that when you see people are like this, Sisi as Kenny, you don't pay anybody. You come, you share your ideas, you close, you go. Nobody is paying allowances and all that. When you have my younger says, we are going to pay certain allowance, the house will be full. Every single sitting, the house will be full. And human beings are like that, and it pains me that the youth coming are like that. We always complain of Parliament. Now I'm doing something. I want to make a statement, so I've started doing something every day when it's 10 o'clock in the forenoon, I log on to Parliament of Ghana. Every day when I'm in the office, when you get to my office, when you get to my table, I've done that reminder there. About 10 and then I use free Wi-Fi. So about 10 I'm not logging in. Believe you me, when you check Parliament of Ghana at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, sometimes you can count. You can handpick. If you are both sides of the divide, 8. Both sides, so people there, when you are in the 600 building, they are now so. If you have been there, when you are in the 600, they are now. So when it's time for committee meeting, they are now. Sometimes I'll be with my MP in the office, and then you will have to say, committee meeting, or therefore we need 5 minutes to massacre. Or control the game, massacre. You complain about them, and we are here. I always have this thing I say to the people in UNY. See, you don't know who is watching you. Some of us started from somewhere. We started from high school, tertiary, SRC, NUCs, whatever it is. And we are getting to where we are. We are not being paid. But believe you me, the advantages and some of the benefits that we are getting from some of these small things we are doing, and the capacity. You see, I always take delight in the capacity we are building. Now I'm able to stand anywhere and talk, and I don't even care if you get it. And it is because of some of these things we are doing here. So if someone somewhere doesn't see the value in what we are doing, this week alone I've traveled in and out of Accra 5 times. Since I was transferred to Go, my boss has gone on whether it was so or something. He has gone on by forced leave. I'll call him. I'll meet him in Accra. I'll go. Sometimes I'll go and return there. Last Friday I got to go at 11:20 p.m. My place is bushy. I'm scared, and I'm leaving Go. And I've heard some things. I heard some things about it before I came. So he gets it. So, Charlie, we all have excuses. We all have excuses. Right now, as we sit here, I'm sure if it's not here, you were. We all have excuses to do. We all have excuses to give. At least even if you don't do it, simple. Since morning, it is just. I'm not the type that you usually see me eating. But when the biscuit and the drinking, I ate it hurriedly because the food they have already eaten. I don't have the choice. This is something we have decided to do. We have this. See, nobody is going to pay you. Nobody is going to pay you. You have decided to do it. Me, when I came and the speaker told me, I have to be part of it. I would have told him, the speaker, no, you know, a busy person, I can't. But once I have taken it as Mr. Speaker, I will come. I have to make sure I'm here. Yesterday, my most favorite cousin was married. And church, I helped them with something. So because of church and this system, I shut down for them, and I'm here to move. So I need to go. I will go and pay my fine.
Thank you very much.
So please, let's when they see we are serious, we'll get serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, having heard from both sides, the best to me is to fight. And the people who have presented the report but couldn't make it, I think they have dedicated. So we'll find them up. Maybe we can skip them. But the ones who have not presented a report have not actually dedicated. They have not presented, they have not dedicated, they are not present. We are finding them 10 cities in addition to their levy. Or as it is 20.
10 cities, they'll pay in advance.
Yes, we need money,
Somebody can come to 10 cities here and not come for 10
cities. This one is simple. No one will speak. We need to adjourn. So I'm just going to put it simple. 10 cities, 20 cities. All in favor of 10 cities, rise. All in favor of 10 cities, rise. All in favor of 20 cities, thank you. All in favor of 20 cities, rise. Thank you very much. So the fine level today is 20 cities for absence. Thank you very much. Second Deputy Speaker, we want to adjourn. We have spent a lot of time here. We want to adjourn the House. Microphone to you.
The MPs are yet to be sworn in, so.
Yes, so.
They just informed me, so I want to inform you.
Well, let's see your commitment. Come for the next city.
Yeah, so.
The next city, yes, very good. Let me speak about the next city. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. So our next sitting is going to be our election special sitting. Just like how we did last year, we held a special session first, and then after that we continue with our normal business, which is congratulatory messages. We will do it like the last year old. You want to take your oath now? Or you don't come next week? Yes, we want you to come. We want you to come at the next sitting and take the oath to see your commitment. Yes, next month. So the date that we have chosen, the date that is very good and close to that. Usually we choose any Sunday closer to the date. The date is 22nd April. So the Sunday close to it is 21st April. Because 22nd April is a Monday. So 21st April is the date for the next sitting. That will be the 9th sitting and 10th anniversary special sitting. And we are hoping to have the MC for home. We are looking at getting one leader in Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And when we finalize to inform members. But the sitting, the date is 21st April 2024. And I want to inform members. So members who have come this morning, officially we have commissioned you by the ceremonial oath. So sign, officially we have commissioned by the ceremonial oath will be taken on that day, which is 21st April. And leaders have already approved, so please take note of that. Honourable members, on this note, the House is to adjourn. And this particular one, we have actually sat for how many hours? Started in 2, right? 2. And it is 7. So that's 5 hours. Yeah, so to inform members, Parliament of Ghana, the new standing order says that when they sit over 5 hours, then they can extend time. When they are adjourning within the 5 hours, then the motion has to be moved and then everybody can adjourn. But if it is beyond 5 hours, the speaker can adjourn without the motion. So since we have sat for more than 5 hours, honourable members, I would like to adjourn the House. So honourable members, this honourable House. Honourable members, this honourable House is duly adjourned. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you all. And I love you all. Honourable members, please, I'm not adjourned. Sit down. Sit down. Honourable members, order. This House, this honourable House, do not stand adjourned till the 9th parliamentary sitting scheduled for the 21st Sunday, 21st April 2024 at this venue, possibly. This honourable House do not stand adjourned.